Africa, who is also quite strong. And this is something we will do together with Revela in Africa for making much stronger networks of women leaderships. So I wish all of you will be in good health and will be enjoying this good workshop. And last, let me thanks ALIG for a wonderful arrangements and also for organizing this wonderful program. Tomorrow there will be around 500 people gathered for the opening. And also to all of you, all the participants here. Last, in Chinese, we say this phrase, if we want to go fast, we go alone. But if you want to go far, we go together. So thank you, Danebat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Banadia, for your empowering speech. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to move forward in the day, I would like to call upon Ms. Vijaya Rahatkar, ma'am, who is former Mayor, Aurangabad Municipal Corporation. Ms. Vijaya Rahatkar, currently National Secretary, BJP, is co-in charge of Rajasthan. She is former National President of BJP Mahila Morcha, Women Wing of BJP, and former Chairperson of the Maharashtra State Commission for Women. She is one of the leading politicians in Bharatiya Janata Party. Through these decades, she has held key leadership posts in BJP as well as in electoral politics. She was elected member of the Aurangabad Municipal Corporation from the year 2000 to 2010 and was also elected as the mayor of Aurangabad from 2007 to 2010. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Vijaya Rahatkar, ma'am, for her speech. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Put our hands together as we welcome Mr.
Namaskar to everyone. आतिथ्यशील देश भारत में विश्व के अनेक अनेक कोने से आए हुए इन सभी देशों के मेयर का और हमारे देश के सभी मेयर्स का मैं बहुत बहुत स्वागत करती हूँ. First of all, congratulations to the AII-LSG and UCLG ASPSC for organizing this third Women Leadership Workshop that will bring together some of the brightest minds in Asia to discuss and tackle the barriers that still hold women back from achieving their full potential. I sincerely hope this platform will provide these women with much needed guidance, mentorship, and networking opportunities. A great son of India, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, widely known as architect of India's constitution, is one of the first feminist leaders and women's rights advocates. I measure the progress of nation by the degree of progress which women have achieved, Ambedkar had aptly said. The reflection of how we are taking the India forward with the help of half of the country's population and how we are promoting and potential of women power is visible everywhere. The world may be saying ladies first, but India has been from time immemorial taking the names of its goddesses, before that its gods like Gauri Shankar, Sitaram, and Radha Krishna. World is increasingly witnessing how Indian women are taking on new roles, whether it was flying Rafale fighter aircraft or the recent election of 2 women MLAs to the Nagaland Assembly, a first. The enrollment of girls in science, technology, engineering, and maths had reached 43% more than the enrollment rates in US and UK. Strength of our Nari Shakti was visibly shown during Corona crisis. The way our women serve the countrymen during the Corona period is unprecedented. Their huge contribution in making masks, PPE kits, sanitizers, delivering food to the needy, and spreading awareness is incomparable. India's one of the biggest movement of women empowerment is called as SHG. Self-help groups under Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana are heralding the new revolution in rural India today. Staggering 8 crore women are associated with about 75 lakh self-help groups across the country. This SHG becomes nation help groups. During the last 8-9 years, SHGs have increased more than 3 times, and participation of sisters has also increased by 3 times. This is important because for many years, the financial empowerment of the sisters was not ensured as much as it should have been in real. We tried to awaken the consciousness of the society through the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao campaign, so that daughters are not killed in the womb and they are born. Today, the result is that overall sex ratio is 1020 women per 1000 men. And this is the very good thing. Maternity leave has been extended to 6 months so that the mother can contribute their work without worrying about the initial care of their child after delivery. I would like to draw the attention of this gathering towards one fact as well. For decades and centuries, such a system was prevalent that only men had the rightful claims to every house and property. Whether it is house, farm, job, or shop, only men were the rightful claimants. Today, our government schemes are removing this inequality. The Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana is the biggest example of this. The houses which are being handed over under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana are in the name of women on priority basis. If I talk about the whole India, more than 3.5 crore houses have been built under the PM Awas Yojana. Out of this, about more than 3 crore houses have been registered in the name of women. You can imagine that the 3 crore women have got their homes in for the first time. The households which had no property in the name of any woman for generations have for the first time house in the name of women. This is what true women empowerment and development is. Women are being made equal partners in the schemes for the employment and increasing the income of the family. Our government is to rule the enable women to work in night shifts as well. Our government removed whatever restrictions was there for women working in mines. Our government has opened the doors for Sainik schools across the country for girls. Our government has established about 700 fast-track courts across the country for speedy trial of heinous crimes like rape. India made a law against triple talaq to save Muslim sisters from atrocities and abuse in marriages. We took firm stance by making anti-rape laws more than stringent by the Leveling and Criminal Law Amendment Act 2018 in response to barbaric incidents of rape against the girl child. Government also enacted historic law to strike a deadly blow on human trafficking from the point of view of preservation, rescue, and rehabilitation. I'm giving few figures to underline a huge exercise being taken to promote women empowerment. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, over 50 crore bank account About 55% of these accounts belong to our women. Thousands of crores of rupees are deposited in these accounts. This is a great thing for us. Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. Over 11 crore LPG connections provided to women from below poverty line families to make them free from life-threatening smokes and ensure clean fuels. Pradhan Mantri Mujra Yojana. Over 50 crores loans disbursed to small business owners and entrepreneurs. 65% beneficiaries are women. Around 18 lakh registered MSMEs owned by women entrepreneurs. By 2021, there were plus 41,000 startup. Out of this, around 45% startup was led by women. Under the Skill India mission, around 75 lakh women given various skill trainings, and over 3.5 crore household provided with electricity connections in the Saubhagya Yojana. 3 crores accounts open for Sukanya Samruddhi saving schemes for girl child, and 10 crore toilets built and made most part of the country as open defecation free ODF, and 12 crores clean tap water connections. These are the examples of New India. Still, to realize full potential of women, I would like to put my top 10 suggestions. Enacting Women Reservation Bill, which proposes to provide 33% reservation to women in Parliament, legislative assemblies and legislative councils. Number 2, actively promote the legal and economic rights of women, which must be equal to those of men. Enforce the principle of equal wages for equal work, both in organized as well as unorganized sector. Promote self-independence in economic sphere of life. Stringent laws and its effective implementation to curb women atrocities. And the 5th is mention of the mother's name shall be made mandatory on all official documents, starting from a child's birth certificate to a person's death certificate. Formulate a uniform civil code based on the progressive practices to ensure dignity and right of women. Put an end to polygamy, halala. For girls, legal age of marriage should be 21 years. Safe cyber environment. Recognize rights for women farmers. We know India can move forward only by raising the levels of respect for women and the sense of equality. That's why we are determined to remove every obstacle coming in the way of all women. Women empowerment is crucial to India's growth. Days of seeing women as homemakers have gone. We have to see women as nation builders. Rapid development of women, their empowerment is important for the rapid development of 21st century India. Today, India is making plans, taking decisions, keeping in mind the needs, aspirations of women. It is not only enhance the dignity of women, but the confidence of the daughters and sisters has also increased. We can see this confidence from the sports to space, from missiles to mines, from education to entrepreneurship, from trade to technology, from defense to development. India opened all doors for women to join the career of their liking. Women empowerment to women-led women empowerment to women-led development is our direction. This is our mantra. These are good signs for self-reliant India, India of 21st century. About the Nari Shakti, our PM Shri Narendra Modi ji always says, she is power. She is so strong. She is so strong. She is the woman of India. She is no less. She is not more, but she have an equal share. अर्थात वो शक्ति है, वो सशक्त है, वो भारत की नारी है. वो शक्ति है, वो सशक्त है, वो भारत की नारी है. ना कम में, ना ज्यादा में, ना कम में, ना ज्यादा में, वो सब में बराबरी की अधिकारी है. वो सब में बराबरी की अधिकारी है. मुझे विश्वास है कि आज AIILSG ने जो प्रयास किए हैं कि आज पूरे एशिया से यहाँ पे जो मेयर यहाँ पे आए हैं और उन्होंने इस विश्व के कल्याण के लिए आपके पास जो अधिकार दिए हैं मेयर बनाने के बाद, उस अधिकारों का अच्छा उपयोग करने के लिए हम क्या प्रयास कर सकते हैं, जिसके माध्यम से हम अपने सिटी का विकास काफी अच्छी तरीके से कर सकते हैं. इन सब विषयों पर बात करने के लिए आज हम 3 दिन के लिए यहाँ पर एकत्रित आए हैं. मुझे विश्वास है कि यहाँ पे जो चर्चा होगी, जो हम यहाँ पे बातें करेंगे, ये सभी बातें आपके अपने अपने क्षेत्र में विकास करने के लिए ये बातें बहुत उपयुक्त होगी. मुझे आज ये देखते हुए बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है कि हमारी सूरत मेयर यहाँ पे बैठी है, भावनगर की मेयर है और भी अनेक मेयर जिनको मैं पहचानती हूँ, उनको मैं देखती हूँ. मुझे विश्वास है कि आपके माध्यम से आज जो यहाँ पे चर्चा होगी, वो चर्चा आप जरूर जरूर सार्थक चर्चा बनाओगे अपने अपने शहरों में जाकर काम करते हुए. इन सभी कामों के लिए मैं आपको सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ. ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि उन्होंने इतने अच्छे तरीके से इस प्लेटफॉर्म को एकत्रित किया है और महिलाओं के विषयों पर अनेक अनेक चर्चा भी करी है. और मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत इसके पहले भी विश्व गुरु था, आज भी उस दिशा में जा रहा है. आप जब भारत में आए हैं तो यहाँ से बहुत कुछ आपको मिलेगा. इस फिर से आतिथ्यशील भारत में मैं आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत करती हूँ और अपने वाणी को विराम देती हूँ. थैंक यू ऑल. जय हिंद.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an enlightening and inspiring speech. And now I would like to request our DDG, Mr. Ravi Ranjan Guru, to please come forward for the vote of thanks. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an enlightening and inspiring speech.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. After listening so many leaders across the globe, and it's really tough to say any word here, but yeah, it's our duty and responsibilities to recognize and appreciate all the partners, all the dignitaries who are here. You all are taking out time from your busy schedule. Obviously, first of all, I'd like to thank Bijay Rahatkar madam for taking time. I know how she is busy and what kind of responsibilities she has, but thank you, ma'am, for taking out time for this 3 days programs. And I say always that she is behind us, and she always we treat her as a part of the AILSG team. So thank you, ma'am, for being always supportive and be here. I would like to thank UCLG President, Mr. Ashok Kumar Banju, for joining us here. Thank you, sir, for being here. Dr. Banadia, thank you, Secretary General UCLG Aspect, for joining us and always supporting this entire 3 days program wherever we organize. Thank you, Banadia. I would also like to thank our Vice President, Raj Kishore Modi sir, who is always, you know, that the ALAG has the governing council, and we have the leaders across the India, and he is a very strong leader. And thank you, sir, for always supporting us. Then we also have the another governing council member, Suresh sir is here. Thank you, sir. And of course, Hansa madam, always we both are team. I always say that. So I think when we started, like I said, that in 2013. So I think we both only the one who actually started the whole idea of this Asian City Summit. So thank them. Yes. So thank you, ma'am, for. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Always be there. I would also like to thank any time PT Usha ji will be joining. So I would really thanks to her as well for joining us this event. And Supriya Sule ji, who's a member of parliament, she'll be also joining at any time, any point of time. Obviously, you can see that the house is full, and really we planned not more than 60. We were not expecting more than 60, 80. Yeah, but you can see that the kind of support we are getting from all of you. We really overwhelmed for this, and thanks for all of you for joining. But and sorry also if you have any inconvenience. So as organizer, we really sorry for that. But yes, I want to appreciate, and obviously cannot be complete my vote of thanks without taking their name. So like organization like CityNet, thanks Polly and the CityNet who are here. FSLGA, Hemanti, always kind to us. CLGF, Anuya, MAB, I can see that Diwan Kamal Ahmed ji is here. Thank you, sir, for joining us. MAB is from Bangladesh, and they are also Association of Bangladesh. Muan, we cannot forget Muan from Nepal. Uh, uh, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, because this entire 3 days program is supported by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. In National Institute of Urban Affairs, thanks to NIUA, European Union, a lot of people you will see tomorrow, because I'd say that this is I'd say that we have a movie where we have a trailer and then the movie comes later. So this is a more trailer, I'll say that. So European Union, UN Habitat, UNESCAP, you can listen. Omar is here. If he's here, then thanks Omar for joining UNESCAP. Salga, thanks to South African team. Very happy to receive you guys, and thanks all the way. I know I traveled many times and it's really long flight, and thanks to being here. Salga, C40, Terry, GCOM, Global Covenant of Mayors. Thank you. Narit, ma'am is here. Thanks, ma'am, for being here. And just to tell you that he was the executive director of DLF, if I'm not wrong. And DLF is one of the very big organization in terms of steel sector. She is here. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. And I know Neretko has been supporting us since long time, and she was the part of the Goa as well. Thank you, ma'am. And thanks to Preeti also. If I forget that there is a list, I cannot read all the name, but there is all the partners who are supporting us. Thanks to that. I would obviously thanks to all the mayors like Surat Mayor, BC Kozhikode Mayor, Bhubaneswar Mayor, Ambala Mayor. I cannot take all the name, but all the mayors from the Indian cities. Thanks for joining us, ma'am. This program is your only, so thanks for joining us. Also, our international delegation from Nepal. I think we have received very big delegation from Nepal, thanks to the Muan and the Nepali cities. MAB also, Bangladesh, we have a lot of mayors are here, and welcome and thanks to them also. Also, some of the delegates from Philippines, thanks, Stephanie is here. Iriga Ambassador is here. And also I'd like to thank Sunana ji, who's sitting here, but I think she's been very kind enough to support this entire program. Thank you, Sunana ji, for joining us and supporting this program. So once again, thanks to all the leaders from India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Maldives, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, Korea, South Africa, Europe, USA also we are getting. And all the speakers, because now after that we have a technical session, so all speakers will be sharing their experience with all of us. Thanks once again for joining us. Colombo Mayor, I can see. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Once again, all partners and all senior management of ALAG for supporting us. And obviously, I cannot forget the Ranjit Chauhan sir's name, because the main person behind everything is he. Though he's not here, but thanks to him and always regards to him. And of course, I know that a lot of efforts goes to organize these kind of events, and almost 6 months, 8 months minimum it takes to organize such big events. So I cannot tell that without team you cannot organize this. So all the team members, including Sneha Palnitkar ma'am, Haris, Abhishek, Aditi, I cannot take all the name of all team members, but ALSG team, all teams who have been working day and night, almost like 10 days, at least I know that they are not sleeping even on time. I saw that yesterday. I was at 2 p.m., 2 a.m. in the morning, and they were here to organizing this. So thanks to all, and of course, our MC, where is he? Okay. Yeah, thanks. I always very concerned about MC. So I know that the entire 3 days program, she's the one who managed a lot of things. So even something going wrong, the MC is smart, then she can manage very well. So thanks, going very well, and thanks you all the our partners, Mukesh ji and Manoj ji and everything. And wherever I forget anybody's name, please forgive me. Yes, I can see last NTNU. So thank you, Rolly, Gilbert, and all the team from the NTNU and all the partners. Once again, thanks all of you for joining these programs. It's really pleasure to welcome all of you. Please be comfortable. It's your programs. Interact with the speakers. Really, we have a very nice speakers who will be going to share your experience, their experience, how they have, as a leaders, how they have done certain exceptionally well. And I'm sure that if it's not speaker, then during the break time, you can have an interaction. And I would suggest that before leaving this conference, at least you collect 50 business card. So that is what I can say, that it's a networking. Please do that. And thank you once again for joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our DDG for conveying his vote of thanks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as the world is celebrating International Millet Year, it's Milleticious, and also hosting G20 presidency, we at AIILSG supporting this initiative, and we are felicitating millet hampers prepared by Women Self-Help under the Girl Power Group SHG project. So I would like to once again request our dignitaries for the felicitation. So can I request Mr. Raj Kishore Modi to felicitate Vijaya ma'am? एक बार फिर से, ladies and gentlemen, जोर से तालियों के साथ, let's put our hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, the millet hamper and also painting by the Dokra art. Mr. Devarshi Pandya to felicitate Dr. Barnadia. Let's give it up, everybody. Our DDG, Mr. Ravi, to felicitate Mr. Raj Kishore Modi, our Vice President. With a huge round of applause, of course. And Mr. Ashok Wankhede, Managing Editor, Urban Update, to felicitate Mr. Ashok Kumar Byanju. Also, Hansa Patel, ma'am. Let's put our hands together, everybody. I'll request our DDG to felicitate Mr. Suresh. With a huge round of applause, everybody. And now last but not least, Mr. Paschim Tiwari to felicitate our DDG, Mr. Ravi Ranjan Guru. On behalf of everybody, well, I am just conveying his message on behalf of everybody, conveying a big thanks to our DDJ. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it's the time for the group picture before we break for tea. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have a quick half an hour tea break session, but after that, we are going to resume for very important technical sessions. So stay tuned with us, stay connected with us. It's going to be a 30 minutes tea break. We will see you right after 30 minutes to begin and resume with our upcoming sessions. Thank you.
After the morning inaugural session, we had a very nice inaugural session and we have very nice tea break. So now request all of you, please settle down. So we are now starting our first technical session, Women Power and Leadership. So this is, we have like, as per agenda, we have a 3 technical session for the day. So I request all the dignitaries and the speakers, I'll request all of them to please join on the dais. Miss Rosie Sinanaike, Mayor of Colombo Municipal Council, please come on the stage, ma'am. Please have a round of applause for Mayor Colombos. I would also like to invite Dr. Bina Philip, Mayor of Kozhikode District. Ma'am, please come on the dais. Please have a round of applause. Your leader is here. Municipal Association of Nepal. I saw him here. He's joining. Please, ma'am, have a seat, ma'am. Please have a seat, ma'am. Miss Karuna Gopal, President of Foundation of Futuristic Cities. Ma'am, please come on the dais. Welcome, ma'am. Please have a round of applause. I request all of you, please. We have a next speaker, Miss Lochna Das, Mayor of Bhubaneswar Municipal Corporation. Ma'am, please come on the dais. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. And we have a speaker, Miss Sunaina Prakash Agrawal. Ma'am, please come on the stage. Independent Director, Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer. Ma'am, please come on the dais. Welcome to the session. And our facilitator, moderator, chair, Miss Reena Shah, former Mayor of Bhavnagar. Ma'am, please come on the dais. So please have a round of applause for all the speakers and the chair. Thank you, all the strong leaders from the different parts of the world. And I'll hand over to mic to our chairperson, Reena Saji. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. Ekansh. Lani Didi, please. Very good afternoon to all of you. After the tea break, now I hope you all are fresh now again, ready to listen 1 or 2 hours more from all of us. Today we have different speakers. Different speakers from various parts of the Asian cities. So let's start. As we know, we have passed through a great, very critical time during last 3 years of COVID and pandemic, and we have learned a lot out of this 3 years, being a humanitarian and so many other things. We learned a lot from this past 3 years. Today, again, we are here, and I hope again and again we'll meet in coming time. So let us start today's topic. It's a 6th Asian Cities Summit 2023, where today we are here for a woman power leadership workshop. This is the 3rd one where we are meeting all women leaders from different parts of the Asian cities. And today we have few guests from Africa also. So we welcome you all for the today's session. As we all know, and we have heard dignitaries before this session. We really thank AILSG and UCLG ASPAC for arranging such a nice and beautiful workshop for women leaders. Let us start with women. Start with women. So, as we all know, in Asian countries previously, we had a traditional role of the woman, and we all know that so we had a traditional role of woman. We know that in the past, women were meant to be a housewife. When we born, we are a daughter. When we grow up, we are a sister. When we grow up, we are a wife. When we grow up, we are a mother. There are different kind of roles we have to play in the family. So traditionally, especially in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Indonesia, and other countries, women were majorly playing role within the families, and it was their traditional approach. So we used to have traditional lifestyles and traditional setup in the family. We used to play role like mother, auntie, mami, kaki, so many roles. So we all know that traditionally we used to be as a woman, as a homemaker and a housewife. But within a few years, if we take few years, past few years, the role of the woman has changed a lot. They realized that not only as a housewife, but we have to go out and uh, prove ourselves. And it has been started within last years of span. So you all are sitting over here, many women leader. यहाँ पे बहुत लोग बैठे हैं जो अलग अलग सिटी से थोड़ा किसी की रिक्वेस्ट है हिंदी में भी लेने के लिए. तो अलग अलग पार्ट से वी आर लीडर्स, वुमेन लीडर्स. तो हम इंडिया के और श्रीलंका, बांग्लादेश, बहुत सारे पार्ट से वी आर हियर टू लर्न many things over here. Today our subject is women, power and leadership. So we all know, as a woman, as a girl, as a female, we are playing different kind of roles, but at the same at home, but at the same time when we go out, we are playing different role in the society also. But if we see, the woman is always try to balance both the places, workplace and home place. They always try to balance, and they always are balancing both the places equally, and they give equal importance to both the places. They always try to manage in a best way. So we can say woman is a best manager. Woman is always a best manager. Woman performs as a best manager. As we know that if we are at home, we have to work at home. We have to manage our day-to-day things, and when we are in the work, we have to manage there also. Think about this, that when you are cooking something and there, if you don't have one thing, say for example salt or something is not there at your home, you will manage your cooking at anyhow. You will find a way to manage this cooking at any cost. So this is what we have a power. We always have a power to manage from less resources and give the best result to the work. So we can find so many leaders from the society. So we have women are the great manager who performs the best always. There are so many things which are coming up now. in the society, because women are coming as a different kind of leader with different power. So we have different speakers on the different subjects. So I would like to invite our first. I would like to invite our first speaker, who is the mayor of Kozhikode. She is Karuna Gopal. No?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Karuna Gopal is the President, Foundation for Futuristic Cities.
Okay. I would like to invite Ms. Karuna Gopal, who is from the futuristic cities, and who will be like to deliver
Her speech.
different
Ms. Karuna Gopal is the President, Foundation for Futuristic Cities.
on the different.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before Karuna ma'am give her speech, can I request everybody to please put your phones on silent and please remain silent and concentrate on the speech by our distinguished speakers and dignitaries. To give a brief introduction about Karuna ma'am, Ms. Karuna Gopal is an internationally acclaimed thought leader, keynote speaker, and futuristic. She is the founder and president of the Foundation for Futuristic Cities 2005, a think tank that has influenced urban transformation in India for 1.5 decades. She contributed to the design of the 100 Smart Cities mission of India and has been invited to speak at the launch of the mission by the Prime Minister. Her innovation, IWIN, International Women Innovators Network, has been launched by the Vice President of India in 2020 March. Her current initiative, Search Smart Urbanization, Reinventing Growth Equity, is about transforming policies for ushering in new India. Let's put our hands together and hear from Karuna ma'am.
Thank you very much for that elaborate and good introduction. Good morning to all of you. Yeah. Now I get all the attention, and I think some of you looking at the cell phones, it may be exciting for you, but it's not exciting for people sitting this side. You know, it sends a wrong message, and we are here for a very short time, wanting to share some interesting stories and interesting material. So I hope you'll pardon me for asking you for this favor. Okay, friends, I'm here in the given 10 minutes. I have basically 2 points to make. The first point is about why the world leaders have to focus, on women leadership. That's point one. Point two is about the little bit of work that I've done in the urban space, because today I see a lot of mayors and I see people who are working in the area of cities. So these are the two points that I'd like to highlight on. Well, look at the first point that I mentioned. Why is that the world leaders today have to focus on the development of women? Well, all of us have heard of this SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable Development Goals have been announced with a lot of aplomb and fanfare in the year 2015 at COP21 Paris. And I've had the privilege of representing my country as a speaker at that particular conclave. Our world leaders are waiting to achieve them. Every country has a country-specific plan to achieve Sustainable Development Goals. But do you think it's possible? I'd like to highlight something very important here. Let me just tell you why we need to now stop and refresh our memories about another set of goals that have been announced in the year 2000. In the year 2000, if some of you recall, the world has announced something called Millennium Development Goals. Millennium Development Goals, my friends, have been announced with a lot of fanfare. 2,000 country presidents, prime ministers came and pledged to achieve them. Now, what are these goals about? The goals are about, the first goal is about poverty alleviation. Please pay attention, my friends. This is about women. This is about development. This is about country leaders. So the first goal is about alleviating poverty. The second goal is about giving elementary education to children. The third goal is about protecting maternal health. The fourth one is about infant mortality and how to prevent infant mortality. The fifth one is about gender empowerment, women empowerment. And the sixth goal is about preventing HIV and communicable diseases. The seventh goal, my friends, is about environmental protection. And the eighth goal is global partnerships. So very lofty and beautiful goals have been articulated by everyone, and everybody wanted to achieve them. But just before the SDGs were announced, world leaders wanted to show how much they achieved, and they couldn't achieve anything at all. Now, why did that happen? They didn't achieve these goals for the simple reason that all the world leaders gave equal importance to all the 8 goals. They gave equal attention, equal importance. So it's like an octopus. It's like an octopus with 8 arms, dipping its arms into all the 8 goals. And none of that was achieved. Just stop and think, if one goal was given attention to, that is women empowerment, the world would have achieved everything. Now you could turn around and ask me, how is that possible? That's possible because an educated and an empowered woman, do you think, look at the first goal, it's about poverty alleviation. An educated and an empowered woman, do you think she will allow poverty to enter the portals of her home? She will not. You know why? Today, the recent studies prove that women, whatever they earn, 100% of it goes into their home. For men, research says it could be anywhere between 45 to 50% of what they earn goes into the home. The rest of it can be a fancy car, or it can be a plot of a piece of land. It can be anything, but for a woman, 100% goes into the taking care of her family. So poverty will not enter her home. The second thing, an empowered and an educated woman, do you think that she will not give elementary education to her children? She will definitely give. An educated and an empowered woman, you think she will not be able to protect herself and give herself maternal health during her pregnancy? Won't she know that she has to eat iron fortified food? She will take care of herself. An educated and an empowered woman, you think will not be in a position to take care of her children dying of diarrhea, because what is infant mortality, my friends? It's about diarrheal deaths. So won't an educated woman know to give oral rehydration therapy, a little bit of sugar, a little bit of salt in water, give the child, and the child is alive? Won't an educated woman know how to protect herself from HIV and communicable diseases? Won't an educated and empowered woman know how to protect the environment? Today, research studies say mostly it's women who protect the nature and environment. I'll give just one example, stop here and just give one example from my own country. In my country, we have a treasure trove called Sundarbans. They are mangrove forests. And these mangrove forests, an ecological asset, is being protected by 3,000 women. Who are these 3,000 women? They are 3,000 widows. And how did they become widows? Their husbands were killed by the tigers in the very same mangroves. They were killed, and these people became widows. But notwithstanding the psychological pain, notwithstanding the financial pain, these women are protecting the ecological assets, because that's in the DNA of a woman. So don't you think an educated woman will take care of the environment? The last one is global partnerships. I worked extensively in the corporate world in almost 12 countries. And I know that men have something called the old boys school and network, but women don't network. Give them one opportunity. They'll create networks that you can't even break. I remember 23 years ago, I was addressing a crowd of African entrepreneurs, brilliant women from as far as Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda. And today the network is so wide. That's because women can actually do all this. So by not focusing on one goal, they missed all the goals. So that is what the world leaders have to do today. Well, this is about women. The second point, my friends, is about my little bit of work that I've done in the urban space. Last 25 years, I've been working in the urban development. especially with cities. I don't have time to share much, but I'll give you 2-3 examples of what we've done. In the year 2010, there was a bomb blast in my city, and the police were not able to solve the problem. They wanted to know who were the suspect group. So when they reached out to all the big companies, they couldn't do, but my small team did data analysis. We got the data, petabytes of data, terabytes of data, crunched it, looked at the variety, volume, and velocity of big data, crunched it, and gave them suspect group. Today, that particular protocol that protects people, humanity from terrorism, has become a part of the command and control centers that India is using today. Well, the second thing that we have done is 17 years ago. Year 2005, I have done something called crowdsourcing of strategies for livable cities. And we had 21 strategies that were implemented by different cities of the country. And amongst them were smart parking, using GPS and GPRS protocols for bettering. And also today, when somebody says, by dancing, you can create energy. Have you heard of that? When you dance, you can, so that kinetic energy into electric energy has been our process back then, 15 years ago or 17 years ago, perhaps. The third one, my friends, is a whole bunch of roundtables across the country we've done on inclusion. Cities are planned, but women are never included in the plans. So we've done a whole lot of work in that space. So let me conclude, since my 10 minutes are over, I guess. India, in India, I can categorically say that my Prime Minister is giving a lot of importance to women. So I'm about to conclude. I'd like to say that 2 important things. There are incredible women, and there are incredible problems for women. Just remember this. In India, we have STEM graduates. My friends, don't look at the water bottle. That's okay. That's going to come to me anyway. Don't get distracted. Water is coming my way. Thank you very much. So, incredible women, please pay attention to this. India is a great country, and we are all happy today that we are all hosting you. India has something called STEM studies, STEM. I'm sure you know, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And in India, it's women who graduate in large numbers in STEM studies, more than America, more than UK, more than Germany, and more than France. It's India that's giving out more and more STEM graduates. That's how beautiful and how incredible women are in India. But the same women have incredible problems. I have no time to really state this, but one example I'll give you. Today, most women are succumbing to cardiovascular problem. I was in Philippines. Philippines has a problem. I was everywhere. Everybody has cardiovascular problems. I was talking to a doctor, and you know what she said? She said, when a man has heart attack, he has symptoms. He has left arm pain, he has jaw pain, and he has acidity, and he'll be admitted and he'll be taken care of. For a woman, there is no symptom. She will collapse and she will die. And the example that she gave was, she said, ma'am, just imagine, for a man, it's like an elephant in the room. Everybody sees that there is this big elephant, so they react. But for a woman, it's like a leopard. It's quick, fast, it kills and it goes. So women do have incredible problems. So we cannot be sitting comfortable today without addressing those problems. World leaders have to resonate to the requirements of women, cherish women, and just like you have to also ensure that women occupy their, the right positions and lead the countries and take them forward. Thank you for this opportunity, and God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Karuna Gopal. Now I would like to invite Mr. Kalanidhi Devkota to speak.
As we invite Mr. Kalanidhi Devkota, who is Executive Director, Municipal Association of Nepal, Mr. Kalanidhi Devakota is an accomplished professional with extensive experience in urban management, local economic development, and poverty reduction. With a master's degree in urban governance from Erasmus University, Rotterdam, Mr. Kalanidhi has developed expertise in project management and has been a key player in promoting sustainable urban development. Well, with his deep knowledge of urban environments, he is contributing greatly to the development of local communities in Nepal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and hear him out. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon. Distinguished ladies on the dais, respected mayors, deputy mayors, urban professionals from very different part of the world, all the way from South Korea, Japan, down to the Africa and Europe. Fortunately, I've also been able to travel extensively representing my organization and country in very different forums and discussing about how we engage women in the mainstream politics as well as in the development so that the most vulnerable can be seen in the forefront of the development. Not letting any time be wasted, I would like to start from very much heard but very challenging saying in English that etra naryasya pujyante ramante tatra devata. But it is very, very good to listen, but very really difficult to practice in particularly in our part of the society and community. And in this, I would say Bharat Barsha, in India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, Nepal, and all these countries, somehow the situation of women are of similar kind. We are still struggling. We have seen our leaders, women leaders, as the president, as the chief justice, and in the very, very important and very important position. But lives of the women in general are still the same. So it is very challenging. So how do we ensure that the real women participation, real women's welfare in such kind of scenario and situation? So I would like to ask a question to this audience and let me do this a bit interactive also. So can you raise your hand? Whoever has in your country that the constitution or legal document has ensured that women, local constitutional provision of local governments in your country. The constitution has guaranteed the provision of the local government. Yeah. The good sign is at least somehow 5 to 10% hand raised at least. And how many of you have the quota system in the decision-making arena, like in the decision-making position in your country? Quota system. Because as far as I know that today in the afternoon session, there is also some discussion in that area also. So I would like to little bit throw some light upon how in Nepal we succeeded in protecting the rights of the local government in the constitution. I myself representing the Municipal Association of Nepal. Fortunately, we have also the immediate past president of MUAN, Mr. Banju is also here. And we have deputy mayors and village council chair also. That because they are the witness that the rigorous exercise and the fight that we had done against the government to ensure the constitutional provision of local government and the women's, quota in the local government and in the all three tiers of government. While the government, promulgated the new constitution because we had a unitary system of governance. And in 2015, we promulgated the new constitution with the federal system. Obviously, we have now the federal, provincial, and local governments. And most important thing is that we have 22 executive or exclusive rights of local governments now, written in the constitution, which is perhaps the biggest achievement in whole South Asia, even in the Asia Pacific region, because whenever I ask the same question in such kind of big forum, all, from Australia to Ecuador, almost the whole audience, only few hands were raised, because in South Africa and in very, very few countries, they have guaranteed this. And similarly, at the local level, we have secured 40% women participation from mayors to the very grassroots, from ward councillor and chairperson. And we call it still Dalit and Aboriginals or indigenous people's participation. And when I shared this in Australia, Tasmania, when they had the local governance conference in Hobart City, and some mayors came to me and said that although we may have done quite progress in terms of finance and in terms of economy, but we don't see that this kind of, constitutional guarantee of women participation and local government in another 50 years to come in Australia. So this means that something that we have achieved, we must cherish and we must share with rest of the world. However, having said this, I'm also aware of the fact that this is not sufficient, because securing the position and securing the constitutional, role is not important. The most important thing is that how we execute them and how we implement and change the lives of the people. Because eventual goal is to ensure the economic stability, economic growth, and the women's condition. Because we know that in the recent times in the US and in the developed country, economic recession has again started to take place. So the most vulnerable group is again women, and their lives will be first affected by this kind of economic crisis, because their wages is low, their, they earn low, and their needs that persist is ever growing, and always they are bigger than the male, actually, their male counterparts. So because they are the ones who really take care of the family, and unless and until we secure their position in the society, our country and our society can't grow. So because time is limited, so do I have 2 minutes time more? 1 minute. So just in a nutshell, that I would like to say a couple of things, that we are now supplying our local governments the model laws, because now local governments are entitled to create their own laws and they can ratify and execute. And they are gradually, exercising this kind of activities. And we have 7 steps of planning that starts from the ward level. Ward is the lowest unit of the service delivery, where the women are, exclusively involved in the planning process and then in the prioritization process. And this is how we are trying our best to involve them in the mainstream development activity and execution of the policy. So the one buzzword or one very popular word now we have you using in Nepal is champion mayors. We are creating champion mayors in different areas, sanitation champion mayors, like our madam rightly mentioned that the SDG localization and all, there are different 16 areas. The 17th one is global partnership. Champion mayors in education system, champion mayors in maternal health, champion mayors in sanitation. For example, some of our cities are even invited by the United Nations to share how they really secured such kind of, progress in reducing the maternal health and child death rate. So these kind of good experiences and experiences are being shared among and within the municipalities through the peer-to-peer kind of learning, for which we have established 7 provincial learning centers, and the mayors, deputy mayors, and chief executive officers get together and share. Because the traditional trickle-down approach where, the trainers used to train.
It's more than 2 minutes.
Yeah. Are now, okay, considering the time constraint, I would like to stop here now, but I will be more than happy if there will be some question in the question answer round. Thank you so much.
Yes, you can reply in the question answer session. Thank you, Kalanidhi ji. Can we give a big round of applause? Now I would like to invite Ms. Rosie Senanake from Sri Lanka.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we invite Ms. Rosie ma'am, once again, just a request to everybody to please keep your phones on silent, ladies and gentlemen. Your focus should be here on the speeches given by our distinguished speakers. Ms. Rosie Senanake is a Sri Lankan politician, a former beauty queen, and also an activist. She is the current mayor of Colombo, the former Prime Minister's spokesperson and the deputy head of the Prime Minister's office for Ranil Wickremesinghe. Rosie Senanake was the former state minister for child development under President Maithripala Sirisena. Ms. Senanake has served as the Sri Lankan High Commissioner for Malaysia and was a goodwill ambassador for the United Nations Population Fund. And ma'am, we all are looking forward to hear from you. Over to you.
Thank you very
MC,
much.
Can we say that we have different kind of leaders, like
Absolutely. Such a privilege it is.
and the beauty and the education. And,
Absolutely.
everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah. A big round. of
Couldn't
applause
agree
for-
more. So let's hear it from ma'am. Over to you.
Yes, first let me congratulate AII GSL plus UCLG for basically organizing the Third Women's Leadership Conference workshop. Congratulations, and this is like a much needed program, especially after COVID. Members of the dais, mayors, deputy mayors, and distinguished members. Gives me immense pleasure to stand here and speak a little bit about what I have done and where Sri Lanka stands, whether it's, like Karuna mentioned, the SDGs, or perhaps in the area of networking. So Sri Lanka is a little island. Everybody knows it's situated in the Indian Ocean, a population of almost or a little more than 21 million. 50% of the 52% of the population are females, women. And of course, talking about gender indicators with regards to health and education, I think we top the list in the region. Our literacy rate, female literacy rate is 93 to 94%. And when we talk about, we have a very good primary healthcare system. So when we talk about maternal mortality, we have basically reached the 72nd place in the SDGs. So we've done extremely well in that area, but then we do also have our gray areas, which I would like to highlight on. Even though we have a very high literacy rate, our contribution to the GDP is very high as far as females go. But the women are always engaged in low waged, labor-oriented jobs. Women are not engaged in the decision-making realm, and that's one of the saddest things. And also when we talk about female in the labor market, female labor representation has not gone beyond 36%. So we have a lot of areas in where we need to improve upon. That is as far as, the country's, just an overview on exactly where women stand. Political participation, and also in the private sector and the public and the political arena. We are one of the lowest as far as the National Assembly goes. We haven't gone beyond 6%. We have a three-tiered political system: national, provincial, and the local government. The provincial doesn't go beyond 2%. Thanks to the Honorable current President, His Excellency Ranil Wickremesinghe, in 2015, he made it mandatory. We had to take affirmative action to bring in women into the local councils. And today we have 25% of local council members, of whom quite a number of them are here today at this forum. So 25% of female representation at the local councils, and I played a very pivotal role in achieving this. I remember when I was a member of parliament, I brought in a public motion, a private member motion, asking for 30%, and that was thrown out of parliament. And that's the kind of mindset and attitude that we had in the past with regards to bringing women into politics, or perhaps in the private sector, or perhaps in the public sector as well. So this is something that we are trying to overcome. And I strongly believe that the way forward was taking affirmative action, and we did, and we have now 25% of women in the local councils. Talking about Colombo, I've ceased to be the mayor of Colombo since the 19th of last month. We're going in for elections, and I'm running for the mayor of Colombo back again. But during my tenure as mayor, the kind of work that I did to empower and to uplift women. When we talk about Colombo, the city of Colombo has a population of about 700,000 people, out of which 60% are the underserved community. And in the underserved community, also the vast majority are females. And the women because I think a lot of you know that we have gone through a terrible phase of 3 decades of civil war. We had just come out of it. And even during conflict and post-conflict, or perhaps COVID, and right now with our economic crisis, it is women and children that have to pay the brunt of it, or are disadvantaged. So how do we overcome? Now, say for an example, during my tenure as mayor, I had to face the COVID pandemic. And before the COVID pandemic, we had a terrible situation with the Easter bombing that took place in my city. And so these have basically hindered from me wanting to move forward into making the city a smart, green, and a sustainable city. But during COVID, Karuna mentioned about networking. During COVID, Colombo was able to basically sustain itself and also do a very extensive, successful vaccination program and keep the people safe, because the people who live in the underserved community lives in very close proximity. So as a result of that, it was a huge task for us to basically keep people from getting COVID, and also to allow them. We had severe lockdown periods. We had lockdown for 4 months, sometimes 8 weeks, 6 weeks, periodically during 2020 and 2021. The lockdowns was a hindrance with regards to economic progress as well, because the 60% of the underserved community, of which about 50% of them live on a daily waged, that's their sustainability. So they lost their livelihoods, women lost their livelihoods. We were able to basically have a very successful vaccination program. And I was able, with the networking that I had done, of course, CityNet is presented here as well. CityNet has supported us. We have sister city programs with Korea, with some of the Chinese major cities. CityNet program plus the networking that I had with the cities basically provided the Colombo city with from PPE kits to even incubators, masks, sanitizers, practically everything, which allowed us, because I have a very strong public health department. I have 100 doctors in our public health department, midwives, PHIs. So the public health department, together with some of the other departments, came together to keep people safe from COVID. And also we were able to, do the vaccination program, whether it was the first, second, and the booster. And that basically allowed us. And during this time, to keep people sustained with their food needs, we had to give them from dry ration to enabling people, vendors to come close to their homes. And that was one of the programs that we did during COVID. Also, right now, the crisis that we are faced with, I think a lot of you are aware that we have an economic crisis, which the current president is working very hard to bring us out of it. And we are actually coming out of it. And hopefully, I would like to thank the Indian government for being very supportive of Sri Lanka and helping us during the most difficult times in our country. I went back to the networking of the UN agencies. The World Food Programme enabled our pregnant mothers to have from cash vouchers to lactating mothers, money put into their accounts, UNICEF supporting our midday meals for the preschool children. We had the FAO do a very extensive urban harvesting program in order to, basically face the food crisis that we were faced with. So we worked on food crisis, we worked on all of this, and also the Carter Center in New York supported us to have an app called Idiria, where women, it's a program where Carter Center does to inform women and transform lives. This program has enabled us to basically have this app to give information to women. Also, UNFPA has supported us with setting up a center for violence against women and other needs, because this is also an area that we are battling with when we talk about women and encouraging women. We also have vocational training programs targeting specifically the local jobs and international jobs for women and the youth. That is one of the areas where I'm basically concentrating on, because I think empowering women and basically giving them capacity building and empowering them with livelihood programs. So vocational training is one of our biggest areas that we work with in the council. And also we do distribute things like sewing machines and various other stuff through the charity department to enable women to start self-employment schemes. Other than that, we also support 13,000 families with, 13,000 families with poor relief to families, and there is a whole array of other things as well. But would like to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity to listen to us. And if you need any questions, if there is the opportunity during question and answer time, I might be able to elaborate a little bit more on what we do in Colombo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosie Senanayake. And now I would like to invite Dr. Beena Philip, who is the education leader.
Thank you to our moderator for announcing. Well, to give a brief introduction about Beena ma'am, Dr. Beena Philip, Mayor of Kozhikode District. Dr. Beena Philip is an Indian politician, fondly known as Beena Teacher. Dr. Beena is the current mayor of Kozhikode District, and she is the fourth woman to hold this position. Dr. Beena started her career as principal at Nadakavu Government Girls Vocational Higher Secondary School and Achavutam Government Higher Secondary School. She played a key part in initiating the Spectrum project in Nadakavu School, which marked the changing face of the public's opinion about government schools. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it from Dr. Beena, or I should say Beena Teacher. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Much about women leadership, women empowerment has been spoken, discussed, thought of, but still we are thinking of women empowerment and gender equality. I just come to the the second slide is not played. Yeah, please, second slide. No, I have here, you might be seeing, watching there, why only second sex? Don't think of the book of Simone de Beauvoir, Second Sex. I just go back to the ancient times, the belief of Jews, later on Christians, and then Muslims, based on the Old Testament. There, they believe that God made man in his own form, breathed into his nostrils life. So he became a live man. How was he made? From the two ribs of Adam, Eve was made. That was the kind of belief that the European world and the Islamic world, they all believed that woman is only second. That could be one of the reasons. And I was thinking about our Indian gods. Brahma was the creator. So we deliver children, we deliver gods, but still we believe that Brahma was the creator. See? Look at the irony the world has. All over the world, it is the same. That's why we are we now? Or we were the second sex. But now I have a feeling that man or woman should cross the gender barrier to have gender equality. Because we have our own convictions sometimes, our own observations sometimes, our beliefs sometimes, our ancestral beliefs, or the way we are taught sometimes that woman is always inferior to man. Even if it's a girl, we'll say, remember, you are a girl. And if the girl becomes a very smart one, we always try to, reduce the energy that he has, suppress her opinions in the house because she is a girl child. I don't want to go into the details because all of us know much about it. And then I have written, there is a mistake on this thing. It's not William Morgan. It is Louis Herbert Morgan, who has written, it's not ancient family, it is the ancient society. Based on that is the major work on the status of women or the formation of families and the role of women in the family or in the society throughout the ages. Based on this book, Marx has made some notes. It was a research on this book on Morgan, but then he couldn't complete it. So Engels published another book. You can refer to the internet, The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, in the light of the researches of L.H. Morgan. So these two books are considered to be the basic works on women and their status from ancient times onwards. So next slide, please. Yeah. I just want the woman to have the power, that is self-power, both physical and mental. Without physical and mental power, we cannot achieve higher positions in politics or in business. We need both. So position, whether it is that of when it comes to the execution, it starts with the officers, the collector, the governor. When it comes to the legislative, it starts with the MLA and to the chief minister. When it comes to the local self-government, it is the panchayat, ward or division member, and to the president or chairman of the municipality or the mayor of a corporation. We need these. And then comes to the economic position. In the societal position, what is the role of the woman? Olden times, in some tribes, women were given prominence. The chiefs of the tribes were women. And sometimes in our own country, family has the woman as its head, though it is patrilineal. We know the two business tycoons, two brothers, how their mother settled their problem amongst themselves. I don't want to elaborate upon that. But though it is a patrilineal society, in certain families, in certain situations, in certain places, women were on top. But in the matrilineal society, like in Kerala, in Assam, and some part of the world, women were always placed on top. The property will be in the name of the mother. The daughters will inherit mother's property. Daughters and the granddaughters, they will share the property, not the sons or their grandsons. That is the kind of a system we have in Kerala, where women were on position. So people used to say, Kerala is a pen arashu nadu. That means a place where women dominate. They are the rulers. And though in Assam also we have the matrilineal society. In such society, women were given prominence rather than men. When it comes to the economic position, as I told you, matrilineal system, the economic control is in the hands of the women. But in the majority patrilineal system, the economic control is always with men. In Islam, it is the worst I have heard, because the daughters don't inherit the property of their fathers, it seems, in Kerala. I don't know whether it is applicable in other states or something. So there is a women's movement in Kerala. The Muslim women, they are fighting against that kind of law, which is through their religious observation, not by the, and we know all these controversies which is going on sometimes. Officially, what's the role of a woman? If the woman is an officer, in certain places, it's very difficult to control. So, but that's what I told you, we have to cross that sexual barrier, both men and women. Only then can we have that gender equality. And some women, they have already crossed that barriers. So her colleagues feel that she's not a woman. She should not be considered as a woman. She should be considered as a personality. So I think when you come to leadership or when you come to a higher position, we have to develop that kind of attitude in ourselves, because we are born in a kind of a society where we are always oppressed, we are always treated as inferior, we are the second sex. But we have to overcome through our own thoughts, our own readings, our own activities, updation of knowledge. You should always create that impression that we are inconquerable, because we know much about or more than the men have. For that, we have to read, we have to update our knowledge. In whichever field we work, find the time. You have to sacrifice many of your private moments for that. Read a lot, which is relevant there. Then people start respecting you. This woman, my goodness, she's such a wonderful person. She knows everything. She updates her knowledge. She knows what's happening around the world. So we have to start to read a lot. Or we should have to have friends who know much, so that we can discuss amongst them and have our own convictions and our own concept about something that's happening around the world. And then comes to political power, as you know, still, except a very few, you can see the photos of a few women. You might have heard of Israel Prime Minister Golda Meir. She herself was a leader. She went to America to raise funds for Israel. And she was a pilot. Think of those days in 1940s. So she was a pilot herself, and she was the prime minister also, Golda Meir. And then comes to Indira Gandhi, Durga, we called her during the emergency. And she has the power, both political power as well as legislative power. She was the prime minister as well as the leader of the the Congress party. Whereas Jayalalitha, she had both control on her own party and control as a chief minister of the state. So she had both. What about Mamata Banerjee? She had both control on her own party and control over the state as a legislative, as the chief minister. And what about Sirimava Bandaranaike? My friend would speak more about her. She was the president of, yes. And then was she the leader of her party? Yes, both. And Sheikh Hasina? Both. But there are people who are leaders in position, political positions, but nor their party leadership. Because the policies are basically made by men, but not by women. But slowly, the scene is changing in India and especially in Kerala. Women also have a role, a say in the policies, in the making of the policies. That is the world where we live. And especially in Kerala, you might have heard that how the self-help group called Kudumbasri. Yeah, see, when I say Kudumbasri, most of the audience here, they have heard of it. That, yeah, in the corporation which has 6.3 lakh people in Kozhikode Corporation, which is 118 square kilometer in area.
Sorry to disturb
Yeah,
you.
there we have 71,000 membership under Kudumbasri. Kudumbasri is a women's self. One more minute? No, is it my time? No? Yes, so I just want to, yeah. So next one, power and politics. We'll skip over this thing and the current scenario and the evolution that I think it's graphical, data that you all know. Next one, my dear, yeah. Sonia Gandhi and Margaret Thatcher. Sonia Gandhi has political leadership, but she never became the political leader, but not on the top of the administration or the legislation. Okay, right. Then next is, I mentioned all these, I think. What we have to reach position, we have to have trust in one's own power, which we don't have. Don't try to imitate men. We have our own. You have heard of the anthropological theories these days. Scientifically, we are much, much advanced than men. Then why should we fear men? Why should we imitate men? We are much advanced. Yes, by science. Yes, yes, yes. That's why. So luck, of course, ambition, but not over ambition. Good education, but at the same time, our power to observe, to learn, and to reflect. That becomes perseverance, is the ability, updating knowledge I told you. And then the last, I think, my last thing. Yeah, frail and fragile. Forget that phrase at all. Frailty, thou art woman. Right? Shakespeare's quote, and people use that. Never ever believe. We are not that frail or fragile. We are really very bold. So we have the ability, just take it out. Just forget the old sayings of our mothers and grandmothers, but believe in ourselves. Then we can be better leaders. We can be, better leaders. We can be powerful. We can be leaders of the world, not only in the business or in politics or in social work. We can be real leaders. With this, I think I just want to conclude. And that is the last slide you can show if you don't mind. Yes, a leader should never ask a person to do what she should not do herself. That is the policy of good leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beena madam, Beena teacher. As we all love to hear more from you, and not only from her, but everybody has something unique to speak about today's session. But next speaker thinks that my time is going out. So hereby, yeah, she is always reminding. So hereby I would like to invite Sulochana Das.
Thank you to our moderator. Well, I think the sessions are going absolutely interesting. And as Ms. Beena said, that I'm sure how many gentlemen are going to agree whatever our distinguished speakers are saying. Well, all the ladies are, of course, they have to believe we are women. We are believing whatever they're saying. But how many gentlemen? Gentlemen, yes.
Sitting over
Yes,
here
yes. All right.
has to-
Well, I think let's continue, the interesting and very insightful sessions. We have Ms. Sulochana Das, Mayor of Bhubaneswar Municipal Corporation. She is an Indian politician who did an MA in economics, an MA in development, journalism, and electronic communication, Bachelor of Law work. She's serving as the mayor of Odisha's capital city of Bhubaneswar. She's the first directly elected mayor of Bhubaneswar Municipal Corporation and also the first woman to hold this post. She entered the field of journalism post-marriage and continuing her practice till 2014, and then she entered active politics. She has been focusing on issues related to women, farmers, tribals, and Dalits. Now let's hear it from ma'am. Over to you.
Sorry, ma'am, I am not the mayor of Odisha. I am the mayor of Bhubaneswar Municipal Corporation in the capital city of Odisha. Jai Jagannath. Samastanku namaskar. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Distinguished guests, my fellow honorable mayors, and esteemed dignitaries from all over the world. It's an honor for me to be here to participate in this August occasion. And first of all, I would like to thank All India Institute of Local Self-Government for giving me this opportunity to speak something. Time is very limited, so I would like to say something as the mayor of Bhubaneswar Municipal Corporation, but before moving forward, I should say 2 lines about my city. My city is, I think it is famous for its rich cultural heritage and diversity. You know, it is situated near the Bay of Bengal. I'm telling this because we are very prone to natural disaster, and under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister Sri Naveen Patnaik, now we have become the pioneer to resist, to be resilient state. And our city has now become very inclusive, very equitable, and climatic resilient also. And that is only because of we have included more and more number of women in the development process. In fact, we have adopted a women-led development process. Now we'll come to the point, women in politics and leadership. As a leader, I have to say something. Nobody wants to say a woman, power, and leadership also. This is the common factor in 3 of them. If you are not from a good family background, your father or your family member are not reputed politician, yeah, economically, if you are not so much stable, then I think you have a little chance of getting leadership and power in the political arena. That is a true fact. In fact, all of us, we know that. We always claim that women are the incarnation of power. We are the manifestation of strength. And I think all of us, we help from a society where we respect women. But if we respect women, and we also know that they are hardworking, they are sincere, they are multitasking, whatnot. They prove themselves in different fields, but still then, why we are reluctant to give power to them? And in 2023, why we are sitting here to discuss about women empowerment? There is some problem behind this. All of us, we know it, but we don't discuss that. Okay, fine. I should not tell all these things, but we have to admit it. But we are fortunate enough in Odisha, things are totally different under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Sri Naveen Patnaik. Here, our government has always prioritized the cause of women empowerment and participation. I know we have adopted that women-led development process, and in each and every step, we are giving emphasis to women, especially in economic sphere, social sphere, and political sphere. No doubt we have given 50% reservation in 3-tier election system, Panchayat Raj system, but it's a good thing that we have 115 ULBs in Odisha. We have 50% reservation, but if we'll see the result is 80% women are there now. They have elected. So 50% reserve, but another 30%, What about them? They have succeeded among their male counterparts. So these are the strength. So we have to give them chance. They can prove themselves. They have that ability. They have talent. And you people, you are those who are sitting here, you are empowered ladies. You are powerful. You are leaders. So it's your duty to encourage others, those who are in the background of the development, those who are from rural areas, those who are in the grassroots level. We have to, each and every empowered lady, is her duty to encourage all of them. Then only we can be an include society. Otherwise, if we will give emphasis to certain person, those who are affluent, those who are from good family status, then we can't achieve that resilient, that inclusive society. So each and every person of this society, is our duty to give them importance. And I'm requesting all the women that they should understand themselves. They should love themselves. They should recognize their talent. They can do anything. That should be their motto, that we will participate in the policy making decision and we will prove ourselves. Government will give us reservation. Government will provide some facilities. Government will give economically assistance. But we are the people, we have to enhance ourselves, our skill. We have to prove ourselves. Then only everything can be achieved. The real empowerment can be achieved. So economically, we have to be self-sustained. Politically, we have to be very efficient. We have to work hard and we have to show others that yes, whatever responsibility will be given, we will do it carefully. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sulochana. It was nice to hear about Bhubaneswar and the state. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Sunaina Prakash Agrawal.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, she is Independent Director, Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizers. Ms. Sunaina Prakash is an Independent Director of the Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer and a social entrepreneur and a lawyer, Supreme Court Bar Association member. Ms. Sunaina Prakash has been appearing on many news channels on various topics and has been closely working with a lot of well-known people internationally from the field of music, films, sports, and of course, intellectuals. So let's hear her out. Over to you, ma'am.
So hi everyone. Before thanking anyone or welcoming everyone, first I just wanted to ask you that people, you are coming all the way along from other countries. I hope your flight were comfortable. And thank you because of your representation, because of your presentation, we are here. So first, a very big round of applause to all of you, to all of us here today. Thank you. Thank you to all my fellow members. And thank you. I will not say thank you. I'll really appreciate Ravi. You know, he's a kind of contagious because he's so full of energy and, you know, keep fetching everyone in the same boat without thinking in a shape that, you know, how things gonna work. He just go for it. And that is how we ladies are, the vessel, you know, we are go with the flow. We are like water. And there are always said about us that we should talk about equality. Why? God never discriminate us. We have given the same 24 hours, the same 365 days, the same process, you know. And being a womb of a universe, being a creator, being a nurturer, we just forget ourselves somewhere in the process, that we have to create ourselves, that we have to nurture ourselves. And I think this is what the journey is, all of us. Like there are so many people from the countries, Sri Lankan and from Indonesia, from Nepal, from everywhere. And I was discussing in a tea break that the Sri Lankan ladies were wearing their saris so beautifully. And I said, they said, ma'am, you're so beautiful. I said, no, the beauty is inside. This is just a attire. You know, the attire, beneath the attire, you might be a much more beautiful than me from inside, because you didn't explore me, I didn't explore you. And the learning is like, you can start a learning from that very moment. Like the Karuna ji has a bad throat and she was not caring about the water. Then Sena Naik ma'am, she was prior, doesn't want to waste your time carrying her water with her. Teacher ma'am was so accurate with her, the everything, the presentation, so that she can make most of this. And certainly again, I'm forgetting that you're the mayor, but she was so correct to giving her address. So I think this is the most, we should learn. And as Ravi said, we are just a speaker of this time. Prior, he was here. Now we are here. And some of them, you, and we all are speaker when we will be having our lunch break or, the talkative session. So don't think that somebody is here and you are there. You don't know how the persons were going through with their own journey. So first of all, what I just wanted to tell you is that about women, this is our conference and you can see so many colors. If it is a men conference, how many colors you can see? Bimax, gray, black, white, brown, or Bimax and peach or pink. And look at us, we are the beauty. We are not only carrying ourselves, we carrying festivity. We just want to make everyone happy. And making everyone happy, we are just missing the happiness of our own. So I think that whether we are talking about Stephanie and the countries, Mr. Ashok was saying something, ma'am was telling me about her next generation, that how can she can continue that legacy of being in a social environment and not only taking those services, that giving those services. That's what I said. We are Ardhanarishwar. We are just, half. We don't demand for anything more or less. Half is more than enough for us. So I think we are like a bati. I hope you understand what the bati is. The diya and bati lit itself. We are ignite ourselves. And womanhood is not main hatting. And it's not, asking something extra. We are just want that we are really doing hard work, because each and every one of you certainly texting either your family or your workplace or be here. And I'm sure about the males that Ravi is only concerned about the management, though he's managing on a bestest skill, to technician, to team members. He was thanking everyone and keep saying all the names. This is such incredible. I think that's what the teamwork, that you don't have to be think in a manner that I have to do this for individual. That's what the teamwork is. And don't forget our identity. Prior to Sri Lankan or to from any country, we are the female first. When you fill the immigration form, what was the first column? It was male or female, then your nationality, then your state, then your religion, then whatsoever. So I think if I'll say, please raise your hand from the countries, it'll be equally the men and women will be, raise their hand. But when I said the women power, so you people will be certainly in a number here. And yes, the male is a spine of us. No, these people are, without their appreciation, without their support, we are really not achieving that goal and being that feminist word that we are really looking forward for. And under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, this is the Amrit Kal of women empowerment. You see the president of ours, you see the defense minister, the SEBI chief, and the SAIL chief, PT Usha ma'am. This is what I said. Always support strong women. You will not believe, she's on the dais of upper house and she's constantly, her PS was saying that she'll be here in a moment and not to worry. That what the courage is to support is. So always, as ma'am said, collaborate with strong women. We learn from them to inspire by and just feel like that they are you. And just I think more power and more goodness to ourselves that we are here. On that note, I'm really, really very thankful to all of you. And I'm sure about Reena, because she was constantly, giving a cue to everyone that you have to be in time. So I thought prior to my cue, I will just say that I love you, each and every one, not only you, to whomsoever you're going to interact today. And just take a great, great, great care of yourself, and not only to a woman. So more love and more power to all of us to being as a human being first. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunaina ma'am. It was really, really lovely speech, and we would like to listen more from you.
And she is the one who actually finished her speech before time. But ma'am, let me tell you, you've covered almost everything.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So today we have a different leader, like a political leader, a education leader, art and culture leader, beauty leader. So we have heard all kind of leaders today in one session. So Ravi, it's a beauty of this session that we have covered almost all leaders over here on the one stage. So it's a great for everyone. And I request you all, if you have enjoyed this session, can you give a close of round once for everyone?
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed the session, a big round of applause for all our speakers.
Yeah. So here
So,
we start.
Ma'am, I guess we have some still time left. So anybody wants to ask any questions to our panelists?
We have a question answer session right
Ladies
now.
and gentlemen, if you enjoyed the session, a big
Yes.
let's open the house for the Q&A.
Actually, my question is addressed to the lone gentleman. I just want to ask him, how does it feel that you're the lone gentleman among the women panel?
He is an alien to us.
Let's
Okay.
open the house for the Q&A.
Yeah, I was expecting this question actually. Thank you so much. So I am really fortunate indeed being, selected as one of the panelists and actually it gave me some strength also, that when I was speaking, so such a powerful ladies were also with me. So I really feel fortunate, and I expect that other sessions also to come would be like this, that where women majority in the like speakers and other participants also. It would be great to see. Thank you so much.
Oh, any question from the audience? Yes.
I thought I should get close a bit to the center. Right, my name is Gilbert Siame. I'm originally from Zambia. And at the moment, I'm working in Norway at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. We are partnering with the conveners. Thank you so much for having us here. Thank you to the speakers for very inspiring and motivating experiences, as well as questions. My question goes to the former mayor for Colombo. First of all, wish you well in your election bid. I got inspired with your relief works that you've done quite a lot in that particular city. That's very inspiring, but maybe I want to challenge you a bit. What of thinking to move beyond the relief and really think of emancipating the local communities that are still struggling in many ways, and maybe learn from examples like Ndabashri in Kerala, We did some work there with the students and or in the Institute of Local Government Municipalities. And we found that very inspiring and really practical, really rooted at the very local level, up to the household level. I was wondering when you were speaking how your city and many others could learn from there. Maybe you could reflect in an event you want next time. Do you think that's a possibility you can take to move beyond the aid and the reef and really get to empower people to drive their own life at the very local level? Examples are there in India, like in Kochi City, where we spent quite some time to do the research. So I thought you could reflect on that as I wish you well in your election bid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think that was a good question and also food for thought. Yes, there are many ways in where we could go beyond. I mean, I just was able to only elaborate on a few things that we've done, but we have when we talk about empowering the people of the city, there are so many areas, and I mean, normally what people expect of a council is to provide the necessary services, whether it's collecting of your garbage, keeping your roads clean, illuminating the streets, providing basic needs with regards to, the medical facilities, libraries and whatever. So we've done a lot to basically digitize and provide services for the people. One of my biggest concerns that I had was to eradicate corruption at the local level. How do we eradicate corruption and give people the services that are needed, and also to save the funds to major projects to enable people to basically uplift their lifestyles or give them clean drinking water, sanitation, housing, etc., etc. So what I did was, like what when Karna said, networking through the networking with Seoul, Korea, I was able to get a grant to automate a tax system and to have a platform for, basically giving digitized planning approvals. Also, in order to get the planning approvals, you have to go through a certain steps with regards to the street lining, fire clearance, drainage, all those aspects. I was able to basically streamline it, bring it under one window. It's called the single window counter, and provide these facilities within a short span of time, like 7 days maximum. And by doing that, able to go up in the doing business with ease, the World Bank Index, a couple of notches higher, simply by making the lives of citizens easier, where they can get their services under one roof. Also, one of the first kind of things that we did back home is to turn waste to energy. Today, we have a waste to energy plant that provides 10 megawatts of electricity. It goes into the main grid. So there are so many other aspects as far as, basically giving the solutions with regards to all the services. Apart from that, we're also basically looking at, like I said, 60% of the population, the underserved community. How do we basically give them, their basic needs with regards to whether it's housing, sanitation, or clean drinking water. These are some areas that we are looking at, and we have basically tied up with the central government, because we have to work with the line agencies and the line ministries, because the local authorities have the power to go into public-private partnerships to do some of these deliverance as far as, helping people that level. So we have tied up to do from housing, empowering women with their women and men both, vocational training, work, etc., etc. The thing you were talking about, just to elaborate on something that you said, that we are women and that we should have the power and we should not be second-class citizens. But I have to tell you my experience. If one would ask me what are the biggest stumbling blocks or the hindrances, politics, it would be number one, because I was a woman. I'm a woman who came through the rank and file with a tailor-made, ready-made voter base, like what you was talking about. It's always the privileged. Today, if you take the Sri Lankan parliament, we have less than 6%. Vast majority, 99% of those women women who come with a tailor-made, ready-made voter base. And political parties find it easier to give people who have a voter base, whether it's the husband's wife, the brother's daughter, or the brother's sister. So we need to go beyond this. We need to basically think differently. Key here is we need to advocate change of mindsets. I think we need to have a paradigm shift with regards to changing mindsets on how you perceive a woman.
Can I give India perspective on this? Give an India perspective on this. I thought that was a very brilliant question. Typically, some of our developing nations are looking at, welfare most of the time. But your question talks about empowering people from the grassroots and not just giving the fish, but teaching them how to fish. So my country has done an enormous amount of work in that area. Today, if you see that our community groups, the thrift groups that we have created, perhaps in the world, we have the largest the thrift groups. Women come together, save money, distribute money, and do a lot of entrepreneurial work. And it has become so big that today in the blockchain technology, the self-help groups are being used as a case study because of our, people coming together and working. Our Prime Minister has announced a lot of loans for women. They're called Stand Up India for the underprivileged. They can just go to the bank, get loans, start their own enterprises. Then you have startup loans. 50% of the startups today are owned, they have women as directors. We have 90,000 startups in the country. India was nowhere in the startup map, but today we have 90,000 startups and 50% of the startups have women directors. So a lot of, as you said, a lot of help was given to make them stand on their own feet. The whole bunch of initiatives are given, free money is given, when networks are being created, technology platforms are being created. Even as we speak today, women are being trained in traditionally man-owned skill areas like automobile manufacture. Just yesterday, I was talking to a woman who's into submarine making. So that's how quickly we're moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Karuna Madam. Now, I would like to ask for some question from my side. I would like to ask first question to Dr. Bina Philip, Bina teacher. What impact does the gender paradox, especially in youngsters, have on social development in your city?
I'm so proud.
Yeah,
In
please
Kerala,
reply in 1
Yeah,
minute.
in Kerala, the gap, there's a paradox. Gap is becoming narrower and narrower. Because as I told you in my speech, I had told you about Kudumbashri units and about women. In whether it's PhD or MPhil or PGs, more number is that of women rather than men in education. They are far in front of men population, or rather, boys population than the girls population. So not much of a paradox existing in Kerala right now. And most of the teachers, 80% of them are women. The colleges, now it is 65%. In medicine, the male doctors told me that number of women doctors are becoming more these days. So in engineering is the only place where men's number is more than that of women. And slowly I can see, last time when I visited an engineering college, there were 4 girls in PG mechanical engineering, 4 girls. You might have heard of Mekrani, because there'll be no girl or 1 girl for mechanical engineering. Now we have more girls coming into the field of engineering too. So not much of a paradox remain in Kerala. And I think because of that, the number of divorces is increasing, because women, they say, I can't live with this person, and they are very adamant. So the legal cells there, help women if they are ready to listen to women. So not much paradox.
Thank you very much, Bina teacher. And now I have a list of questions from my side, but as time doesn't permit us to go more with more questions, so I would like to ask a last question to Sunaina Madam. Ma'am, can you please reply on, as a young woman leader, how do you see strength, weakness, opportunity, and threats in Indian women's power?
Thank you. And ma'am, I was saying in the term of that God didn't discriminate us. This is men, like this is a society, this is a men-made things, so that can be, rectified. So that's what I was saying, that God has given each and everything to us equal, and it is our society which is not giving us comfort to bloom at our best. So now back onto my question, it is SWOT, strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. Strength, we are the strength of each other. So I said, I think we already have a less space, so don't elbowing each other. And weakness, I don't think so, that we are tender or compassionate, we are weak. No, we are not. Opportunity is just at our door and we have to explore it. So I think that's the better thing. And certainly threat. But remember the lady, holding a hand with a blindfold, Nyai Ki Devi is a female. This motherland is a female. So never forget your strength and your weakness, and everything is just so good to be with us. So just love yourself and apna khayal rakhein, and always stay happy and make others happy. Then only you can be a real prosperous human being, more than any gender bias thing or something like that. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much.
One thing I have to say in this connection, we are women. That's our strength. We are empathetic, we are hardworking, we are multitasking, we are sincere, but not. So these are our special qualities. We are inclusive, more inclusive than male. We have to identify ourselves. We have to love ourselves. That's our strength. We have to recognize ourselves.
Of course. We cannot deny him.
So the minority should also speak. So in a nutshell, I would also like to reiterate the fact that unless and until we ensure that the financial independence of the women, we can't really achieve the success. So still in the whole world, according to a UN Women report, 2.7 billion women are legally restricted, having the choice of the different jobs compared to men. So we need to focus this kind of data and also work on from our end. And for that matter, we need to strengthen our local governments. Let's utilize this network. Let's establish strong networks of the very promising women leaders here, and we can share our experiences. Still, there are countries where they don't have the laws for the sexual harassment at the workplace. So how can we pressurize our government to ensure these kinds of, because the policy is the most important thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kalanidhi. So hereby today we end this session with the different leaders we have already heard. You want to ask something? Yeah.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are just falling short of time. So we'll request you, this will be the last question. I guess there's a question. She would like to express something rather than a question.
I want to express. Good afternoon, everyone. All the dignitaries, you have guided us and you are inspiration for us. I would just like to bring to your notice that on the dais, Mr. Kalanidhi from Nepal, Mrs. Rosie from Sri Lanka, and all from India. The place where Sita was born, the place where Sita was taken and where Sita was.
Huge round of applause, everybody.
The most powerful lady in our history, and I will not say it as a mythology, but history.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And from where she got power, from her own self. So it teaches us that we have us within. All of you are also.
I know, and I want to draw your attention that the name of the mother of Sita is Sunaina, and I am here in between.
So that is what we have inside us. So if we cultivate it, and what I say is, if one woman helps another woman, that will make a chain. Rather than men are always supporting us, but women should support another woman. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We
very
fix
much.
each
Thank
other's
you
crown.
very
All right, thank you. Well, dignitaries, please settle down. It's time for the felicitation ceremony. It will be an honor to felicitate our distinguished dignitaries. So I would like to request Neha Patnekar to please felicitate Mr. Kalanidhi Devkota. Again, ladies and gentlemen, with a millet hamper and a beautiful artwork. Let's put our hands together. Further, I will request Shiv Kumar to please felicitate Dr. Beena. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Mr. K.R. Sharma to felicitate Ms. Sunaina Prakash Agarwal. Let's put our hands together. Taaliyon ke saath, everybody. और इसी के साथ Mr. R.P.S. Yadav to felicitate Ms. Reena Shah, our moderator. Let's give it up for a moderator as well, ladies and gentlemen. And now I would like to request Dr. Bharat Agarwal to felicitate Mr. Karuna Gopal. Let's give it up, everybody. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. As I request Chandan Karkare to felicitate Ms. Sulochana Das. And Mr. Vishwanath Sawant to felicitate Ms. Rosie Sinania K. And a big thank you to all our dignitaries. It was such an honor to hear them out. A huge round of applause for all the dignitaries, all the women, and of course, for showing your patience. And the only gentleman sitting, ek baar taaliyan ho jaye, everybody, and I'll request them to please come forward for a group picture. Absolutely. Let's have a group picture, everybody. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. A beautiful memory as a group picture from the most interesting session. Thank you. Thank you to our dignitaries, moderator, and everybody. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm sure you all are hungry and we would like to break for lunch. Well, the lunch will be served outside also and inside also. But one request to all of you, Let me give you a brief. Well, participants in this session will gain a better understanding of the importance of quota for women in politics. They will also learn about best practices for politics for women in different countries of life and gain inspiration from the success stories of women politicians. Also learn about best welcome and call our moderator for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Hemanti Gunasekara, Chief Executive Officer, Federation of Sri Lankan Local Government Authorities. She's a development practitioner with more than 20 years of experience working with national and international organizations, including Environment Resource Management, DHV, BV, GIZ, the Asian Foundation of and the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center, Thailand. She has worked in a number of countries, including Sri Lanka, Thailand, Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Maldives, and China. Having qualified in Institute of Cost and Management Accounts and Institute of Financial Accountants, she started a career as a finance officer and held many positions, including finance director of a top-class advertising company in Sri Lanka. She resides as the Chief Executive Officer of the Federation of Sri Lankan Local Government Authorities, the National Association of Local Government since 2007. She's also visiting academic in University of Ruhana, Sri Jayatha Tenpura, and Open University of Sri Lanka. Ms. Hemanti is also an active member of many international local government networks and currently elected as the co-chair of United Cities and Local Government South Asia Chapter and Director of Local Government Initiative Network. She is also an active member in the Capacity and Institutional Building Group of UCLG World. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator, Ms. Hemanti. Let's put our hands together for her. South Asia Chapter and Director of Local Government.
Thank you very much for that introduction. This is the most challenging session after lunch, I think. And I hope I can, and my panel can keep everyone up, because we are going to discuss something very important for all the, not only ladies, but gentlemen as well, both male and female. So I would like to invite our panelists, starting from Sneha. Ma'am Sneha, please come. And Mr. Sunil Kumar Singh and Ms. Hemali, Dr. Aditi and Ms. Stephanie. Okay, thank you very much for joining me today in this wonderful discussion. The title of today's discussion is quota, gender quota or women's quota in politics. Why do you want to talk about the quota in politics? So to set the stage or set the background of today's discussion, can somebody in the audience tell me, what is the proportion between men and women in the world today? Does anyone has any idea what's the percentage of men and women? Yeah? Anyone in the audience can? Yeah, I just want to make this interactive because otherwise you'll flow after some time. Yes, it is 50.49 male against 49.3 female. So it's almost 50-50. That is why we are here. That is why we are talking about this topic today. But as at 2023, if you take the national level representation of women in national assemblies, only 11.3 or 7 When we take the local level, decision-making bodies, 1/3 of women are representing the decision-making bodies at the local level, which we can proud of. Why is that? Anyone has any clues? Yes, that is because of the quota. And especially out of this, 44%, like, 3,471,908 women from Central and South Asia. So we are somewhat, be happy with. And I know India is like, one of the first countries that introduced the quota. Of course, we will get all this history from Mr. Singh, Sunil Kumar Singh. I don't want to touch his area because otherwise he will say, I don't have anything, you have spoken all what I have prepared for. So I don't want to, so, okay. 18%, the lowest representation comes, I'm speaking about the local governments from Western Asia and North America region. Yet they are yet to be decided whether to introduce a quota to get more women into the decision-making positions, at least at the local level. Okay, anyone has any idea what is the quota system is? We are talking about so much about quota. What is this quota system? Any clue, any idea? Okay, so I'm going to have my kind of, educational session now. Yeah, there are two types of quota systems. One is the legislative quota. What is this legislative quota? A quota backed by an act or a legal instrument. That's the legislative quota. The other one is the voluntary quota. Normally, we find voluntary quotas in the political parties because it's not supported by any act or something, but it's political parties that make the decision that we are going to give this much of position for women in our party for the decision-making positions. So, and then again, there are three types of quota. That is one, aspirant quota. If somebody is going to contest for the election, when it comes to elections, you give quota in the nominations list. That is called the aspirant quota. Then comes the candidate quota. What is the candidate quota? Any idea? There are two lists when you are contesting for women elections. One is the contestant, other one is the proportional representation. So you get a proportional representation. So that is assured, like, then it's the candidate, we call it the candidate quota. Then the election stage, you get reserve seats. That's for sure. You get a chance to contest again. So these three types of quota are now in operation in the world. And then 44% of the countries implement this quota system. Out of that, 34% is yet the candidate quota and 10% only the election quota, which is like the mandatory quota for the reserve seats. So I think I'm going to stop my lecture now. Otherwise, I will keep on talking. And I would like to invite my first speaker. And I'm going to watch your time, sir. So you have to be mindful. You will get only 10 minutes. And I'm going to put you on spot. 2 questions from my side. Why women need to be in politics? That's the first question. Second one is, you would like to hear a little bit about the history of the quota system in India. So I think, and see, we are giving our share to our counterpart, Mr. Singh, to start this session. The stage is yours, sir.
All right. As Mr. Singh join us at the podium, I would like to give a brief introduction about him. Mr. Sunil Kumar Singh, IAS retired member, administrative, technical, real estate, appellate tribunal, Bihar, Patna. Well, he has a background in electronics and communication engineering, having graduated from IIT Roorkee. He then joined the Indian Administrative Service in 1983 in the Bihar cadre, where he served for nearly 15 years in various positions related to urban and housing development. One of their notable achievements during this time was introducing the area-based assessment of property tax as the administrator of the Patna Municipal Corporation, known as the Patna Model of Taxation, which received the Dubai International Award of improving human settlement in 2002. He served the Government of India as Joint Secretary, Housing, and was the first Chief Coordinator, Secretary General of Asia Pacific Housing and Urban Development Ministers Conference, which is a forum of housing and urban development ministers of 52 countries. He has traveled internationally to 26 plus countries during his career, and he has served as a Chief Vigilance Officer in Indian Oil Corporation, financial advisor of the University Grant Commission, and additional secretary and additional superintendent from the Government of Bihar as chairman, Board of Revenue, and also served as chairman of the 7th Pay Commission for all the universities of Bihar. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Sunil Kumar Singh, standing right in front of us. Over to you, sir. And additional superintendent, Board of Revenue, and also served as chairman of the Commission. All the universities.
Good afternoon,
Ladies and gentlemen, put your
my
hands
fellow
together for
panelists,
Mr. Sunil
respected
Kumar
mayors,
Singh.
respected deputy mayors, experts on the subject, sitting in the audience, and all friends. The moderator of the session asked me a question about why the quota system when it was introduced. If you see the Indian Constitution, with the enforcement of the Constitution, and the special mention was made for the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and other backward castes. That was the first time quota system in Indian Constitution came. Much improvement has taken place, but now in today's session, majority of the experts are from urban sector. The urbanization process is started in India much before. And municipal history, and more so in Panchayat history, the municipalities and Panchayat did exist pre-independence also. And elections were held, that was the local self-government available at the grassroots level. And many times the independent movement, they played a very important role. But the first time, these municipalities, these were basically provincial subjects, they were being controlled by the provinces, state governments. Some efforts were made. They amend the Constitution. First in the year 89, that the Constitution was to be amended, and municipalities and Panchayat were supposed to be made as a constitutional entity, but somehow it did not succeed. But in 1992, Indian Constitution was amended, and 2 basic amendments were made in the Constitution, that is primarily known as 73rd for Panchayat and 74th for the urban local body. And salient features were given. Earlier, the elections of the Panchayat and municipalities were being held by the state government. One of the provisions were made in the Constitution that elections should be held based on some constitutional entity, just like the Election Commission of India, state election commissions were introduced, and the resources to the municipalities and panchayat were not subject to discretion of the state government, and the constitution was amended by some amendment in the Central Finance Commission, and the concept of State Finance Commission was introduced by these amendments, so that the devolution to the panchayat and municipalities would be right of these municipalities and panchayat. These are some basic provisions. One of the basic quota system was thought about in the first 1992 Constitution Amendment, which was mandated that in every panchayat and municipality, minimum 1/3, nearly 33%, the women must be represented. When elections were held, I was there in Government of India in 1998. There were more than 3,700 municipalities in the country, and many panchayats, like panchayats, were there. At that time, nearly more than 70,000 were represented in the local bodies. Based on the India's experiment, and probably India was one of the few countries where the constitution was amended, where the mandate of 33% women was mentioned, and United Nations thought of it, and we have a charter for the local government. They constituted a world charter on local self-government under the aegis of the UN Habitat, with the guidance of the UN, and many countries were represented, including the Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, India. I was fortunate enough that India has nominated me as representative of India. World Charter on Local Self-Government, since it was amendment of India, so we thought of pursuing our agenda of 74 type of charter in the globe. Somehow, some of the reservation of the few countries, the charter could not be approved, and therefore it could not become international law. Going back to the India and be implemented, since municipalities and panchayats are the state subjects, therefore the reservation was to be given under the Municipal Act, but there was no bar for 33% by the state government. In fact, some of the provinces, like the state of Bihar, I will tell some interesting story after that. They made reservation of 50% for the women. Not only this, even in the government jobs also, 30% reservation has been mentioned for the women. That is quota system legally which has been started in this. Consequence of that has been recently held election of the Bihar in the December month. I was very astonished to see the figure. The total mayors in state of province Bihar. Bihar primarily is not very urbanized state. Earlier it was second from the bottom. Because total urban population was only 12%, but of late the definition of urban has been changed, and now the population has increased to 18 to 19%. But election tells very interesting story. Out of the mayors in Bihar, 17 have been elected. Out of 17, 16 are the women there. Only one of the men. The Mukh Parshad, that is municipality, the second level of the municipal bodies, out of 43 are women, 26 are the men. Nagar Panchayat, that is third year, that is 83 are the women and 54 are the men. If you see the ward figure, then total women are 2858, men are 2247. So statutory provision of this 50% has caused this. That means many women have come on their own by the quota system. Quota system primarily came out because the muscle power, and the finances power, they are resting with the men. Therefore, in order to cooperate, the reservation quota system was introduced. But of late, with this constitutional amendment of 33%, this has come very handy, and many women are getting elected. Now, second question will come, whether it has been done country across. When I was coming for this seminar, I got a very disturbing note from one of the state of the India, the state of Nagaland. The constitution mandates 33% reservation for the women. That constitution does not apply for the 6th scheduled area and 5th scheduled area unless by an act of the parliament that is extended. So most probably in 2001, Nagaland has given reservation of 33%. Of late, I learned that provision, that act has been repealed, And their quota system of now that case is, I understand, is pending with the Supreme Court somewhere. That information I do not have. So this 33% country across, if it is made, then on their own women will come forward. And this quota of even 50%, which has been mandated in some of the states, and not even Maharashtra has mandated for 50%. So women which are elected, in fact, out of 17 mayor, if 16 are women, the percentage goes as high as more than 95%. That's on positive side. Now, second question, this, I'm confident, I'm likely to get the question. In spite of this, many women are there. Basically, if you see Indian Constitution, most of the subjects which are to be dealt at the local level, they are mandated under the municipal subject. 18 subjects like town planning, sanitation, water supply, that is to be mandated. If the state so wants, they must transfer to municipalities. Most of the state government have transferred these subjects, but has the condition improved or not? That is the second question. Now, the challenge before the women will be, if the service condition will not improve, then counter question will be asked, in spite of giving 33%, 50% reservation, what is the advantage of that? Now, this question need to be addressed. This has been addressed by one of the judgment of the Patna High Court. The constitutional mandate has been given. The subject of the transfer, the administrative power and financial power has to be devolved by the state government. Very negative trend has started in many of the states. Instead of the 74th Amendment was concept of democratic decentralization, that decisions should be taken at grassroots level. But of late, many of the states, including, they have started centralizing the power.
You have 1 minute more, Mr. Singh.
Okay. Centralizing power. So one judgment of the Patna High Court has got that administrative power must be devolved to municipality. Coincidentally, the state government of Bihar itself has gone to Supreme Court. Supreme Court has given notice to different parties. And about financial, unless you give resources to the municipality, they will not be able to perform. So financial revolution and the public interest litigation pending in the Patna High Court, we hope with the intervention of Supreme Court, some good results will come. And these women who have been elected, they will be able to come up to expectation of public. So this is in brief, I wanted to mention. Subsequently, during question and answer session, if any specific question will be asked, I'll be very happy to reply that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh, for that. You may come and we will post the questions to the last. If anybody has any questions, you can note down your questions. It's really inspiring to hear that 50% quota has brought 16 women mayors up out of 17. So that's the positive side of it. And the negative side is like, okay, your power should be supported with resources. So those are the takeaways from the first speaker. I would like the host to introduce our second speaker. She is
Ms. Hemali Bhogawala.
Yeah, Ms. Hemali. If you
Lady-
can, yeah, you can introduce her first.
Sure, thank you. Thank you to our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, on the podium we have Ms. Hemali Bhogawala, Mayor of Surat Municipal Corporation. Ms. Hemali Ben Bhogawala, the current Mayor of Surat, has had an illustrious political career spanning over 2 decades. She has served in various administrative capacities, such as the President of Surat City Women's Front, Media Convener of Gujarat State BJP Women's Front, as the General Secretary of Gujarat State BJP Women's Front, as a Director in Gujarat State Road Transport Corporation, as a Municipal Councillor Ward number 11, and the Chairman of the Public Transport Mobility Committee at Surat Municipal Corporation. Mayor Hemali Ben is known for her passion for the welfare of the vulnerable sections of society and has vast experience in women empowerment and social and cultural upliftment. She's also the only mayor in India to represent Surat City in the World City Summit 2022 held in Singapore. Overall, the mayor of Delta City Surat has demonstrated a strong commitment to public service, particularly in promoting urban transformation, climate resilience, women empowerment, and social and cultural upliftment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it from Mayor Hemali Ben. Over to you, ma'am.
Mayor Hemali.
In Gujarat, you know, we address it as Behen, as like sister, we say Behen.
Sister Behen, yes.
Ben.
Ben, okay. Thank you very much for that. I would like to pose 2 questions to you.
Let's hear it
Since you have worked with marginalized women. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
I can translate it for you. Yes, Miss our moderator, requesting you to.
I just wanted to ask her whether the quota system has helped to bring marginalized women into the mainstream politics. That's my first question, whether they were taken into the decision-making bodies. The second question to her is, quota allow limited number of spaces for women representation. Are there any other strategies that she could propose to get more women into the decision-making bodies? Those are the two questions I would like to pose to Mayor.
I have actually clearly understood the second question, which I will put across her first, and then I might request you to repeat your first question.
Okay.
Ma'am, इनका जो सवाल है वो ये है कि हमारे पॉलिटिक्स, वुमेन पॉलिटिक्स में लिमिटेड कोटा औरतों को दिया जाता है, तो क्या आप ऐसी कुछ स्ट्रैटेजीज शेयर करना चाहेंगे हमारे बीच जिससे वो कोटा बढ़ाया जा सकता है? क्या यही क्वेश्चन था? यस, हाँ जी, ओवर टू यू मैम.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि मैं भी इंग्लिश बोल सकती हूँ, समझ सकती हूँ, लेकिन मेरी लैंग्वेज है, मैं गुजरात से बिलोंग करती हूँ, हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी के गुजरात से हूँ, तो मैं ये सोचती हूँ कि मैं हिंदी में ही बोलूँ, इसीलिए मैंने मेरी लैंग्वेज
एक बार जोर से तालियां हो जाएं इस बात के लिए.
ऑल इंडिया लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट के माध्यम से आज इस मंच पर यहाँ पर वुमेन लीडरशिप का जो कार्यक्रम, जो मीटिंग का आज एक पार्ट रखा गया है, उसके लिए मैं इस टीम को हृदय से धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी. और सबसे ज्यादा जो हमारी महिलाओं के लिए जो पॉजिटिव एक एनर्जी पॉइंट है, क्योंकि जब भी पॉलिटिक्स की बात आती है, राजनीति की बात आती है, तो स्वाभाविक है कि एक महिला को घर से बाहर निकलना, लोगों की सोच बदल जाती है. लेकिन यहाँ तक आते आते, इस मंच तक पहुंचने तक मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अब ये सोच बदल गई है. और यहाँ से मुझे क्वेश्चन पूछा गया है कि लिमिटेड कोटा महिलाओं के लिए होना चाहिए या नहीं चाहिए, तो उसकी शुरुआत ऑलरेडी हमने गुजरात से कर दी है. अभी मेरे आगे के सर ने, वक्ता जी ने बताया कि लिमिटेड कोटा के माध्यम से 33% पहले ऑल ओवर इंडिया में था, और शायद अभी कहीं कहीं जगहों पर, कहीं कहीं कंट्रीज में, कहीं कहीं स्टेट पर अभी वही चल रहा है. लेकिन मुझे प्राउड है कि मैं गुजरात से हूँ, क्योंकि जब मैं पहली बार इलेक्शन लड़ी तो 33% कोटा में मैं सिलेक्ट हुई थी, और जब मैं दूसरी बार इलेक्शन लड़ी तो 50%. हमारे यहाँ गुजरात में 50%. हमारे एक मंडल में 2 भाई है तो 2 महिला है. हमारी मेयर की टीम है, हमारे 5 साल का टेन्योर होता है, तो उसमें से 2.5 साल लेडीज है, 2.5 साल जेंट्स है. तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत प्राउड की बात है. और जहां पर महिला रिजर्व सीट है सर, मैडम, तो वहां पर तो स्वाभाविक है कि महिला ही मेयर होगी. लेकिन जब नेक्स्ट 2.5 साल में जनरल सीट आती है, अगर उस महिला ने अच्छा काम किया है तो उस जनरल सीट पर भी महिला वापस मेयर बन सकती है. ये एक महिला का पॉलिटिक्स के प्रति और उसमें राजनीति में काम करने के लिए जो उसका एफियंस होता है वो 100% होता है. मैं ये नहीं कहती कि भाई काम नहीं करते हैं, लेकिन एक लेडी जब घर चलाती है ना तो घर में गफला नहीं करती. वैसे ही अगर वो राजनीति चलाती है ना तो उतना ही ईमानदारी से वो राजनीति में आगे बढ़ती है. और इसीलिए हमें ये लगता है कि महिलाओं में पॉलिटिक्स में इन्वॉल्वमेंट अभी 50% है. मैं ये सोचती हूँ कि धीरे धीरे हम 70 तक भी पहुंचने की कोशिश करेंगे और वहां भी कामयाब होंगे. ये हमारे अंदर की ये बात है. मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि 2014 में हमारे गुजरात में पहली बार एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री आनंदीबेन पटेल हुए और उसी के नेतृत्व में
वहां से चलकर वो मुख्यमंत्री बने तो वो महिला थी, वो वहां सीमित नहीं रही। उन्होंने ही 50% महिला इलेक्शन करके वहां गुजरात में 50% महिलाओं को नेतृत्व मिला है। और उतना ही नहीं, हमारी असेंबली में भी अभी हमारे यहाँ 15 महिला है। एक 182 सीट पर हमारी 16 महिलाएं, 15 महिलाएं वहां पर काम कर रही है, असेंबली में काम कर रही है। वैसे हमारे कॉरपोरेशन में भी हमारे 120 कॉरपोरेटर इलेक्टेड है, उसमें से भी 60 हमारी महिला काम कर रही है। और आप सब जानते हो कि लोकसभा में भी हमारी कितनी महिलाओं वहां बैठी हुई है। इसलिए मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि पॉलिटिक्स में, राजनीति में महिलाओं को और आगे नेतृत्व मिलता है तो वो बहुत अच्छी तरह के इस देश की सोच बदलने के लिए सक्षम है। वैसे ही हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कई बार कहा है कि सशक्त नारी सशक्त भारत। ये स्लोगन सिर्फ बोलने के लिए नहीं है। अभी G20 अमृत काल पूरे देश में हम लोग मना रहे हैं। G20 में अर्बन 20 है, G20 में BU20 है, बिजनेस 20 है। तो वही सूरत की एक पहचान है कि सूरत डायमंड सिटी है, सूरत टेक्सटाइल सिटी है। और उसके साथ साथ सूरत एक मिनी भारत के रूप में बसा हुआ है। अलग अलग प्रांत के लोग सूरत में बसे हुए हैं, तो उसके माध्यम से भी सभी भारत के लोगों को भी, खास करके महिलाओं को भी वहां प्रतिनिधित्व मिलता है। जब इलेक्शन आता है तब महिलाओं की जो हम पसंदगी करते हैं वो भी उसी तरह से करते हैं कि वो कौन से स्टेट से बिलोंग करती है, वहां इसका समाज कितना है, अगर इसको टिकट मिलेगी तो वह कैसे जीत जाएगी। तो इसी तरह से मैं ये सोचती हूँ कि अगर पॉलिटिक्स में महिलाओं को और भी एक चांस दिया जाएगा, मौका दिया जाएगा, तो वो बहुत अच्छी तरह से अपने को रिप्रेजेंट करेगी और खुद अपने को ही नहीं बल्कि साथ साथ अपने समाज का भी नेतृत्व मजबूताई से करेगी और बाद में अपने देश का भी नेतृत्व करेगी। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Mayor has concluded her speech, I think, about 5.5 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, our next speaker is Professor Sneha.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our next speaker, Dr. Professor Sneha Palnitkar, CEO and Member Secretary of Waste Management and Research Center, AIILSG, Mumbai. Dr. Professor Sneha Palnitkar holds 2 master's degrees in doctorate degrees in solid waste management from University of Mumbai. She also holds a postgraduate degree in public relations and journalism from Chetna Institute of Management and Research, Mumbai. She has implemented several projects for ILO ICFTU during her tenure as Assistant Director, Ambedkar Institute of Labor Studies, Mumbai. She subsequently worked as a Senior Research Officer and Professor Director, Regional Center for Urban and Environmental Studies, All India Institute of Local Self-Government, Mumbai since 1983 and currently working as a CEO, Waste Management and Research Center, AIILSG, Mumbai, set by Government of Maharashtra. She handles several capacity building programs on women in urban local governments for several international organizations, that is UMP as an anchor institution for South Asia, Unhabited, GIZ, ISS, the Netherlands, UNDP and Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India, and several state governments in India and city governments. She has written extensively on women in local governance and empowerment in international and national publications. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it from Dr. Professor Sneha Palnitkar.
Thank you, host. So my question to Professor Sneha. Quota system have to bring unrepresentative or underrepresentative groups to the decision-making tables. How successful they are in learning their new roles? That's my question number 1, because you have trained so many women who have entered into the political career. My second question to you, Professor, is we observe most women do not pursue their political career beyond local levels, from Gram Panchayat to provincial or national levels. What are the barriers you see and what are the strategies you propose to make them go up in their political career? So those are my two questions to you, Professor Sneha. Thank you very much. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable mayors present here, distinguished dais, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, I handled, this particularly the quota issue, right, when it was under discussion, from the 65th, the constitution amendment, and subsequently, I think I'm not going into that historical detail because Mr. Singh, he actually presented all the details, since he was with the ministry also. But I was present, for all prior, to actually constitution amendment 73rd or 74th, various, the state and city consultations were organized. And I was present, through that time, Ministry of Urban Development in almost all the states, in the country. And that time, what we realized, yes, what was, in fact, stated, in the earlier, session, women, in fact, they are actually effective, in the different, particularly if you see the field, they can really, sort of show their, the knowledge, skills, in different, way. But quota system, if you see, prior to 92, 93, they were, hardly women. They were very good, actually, if you see, the working at the, grassroots level, city level, or even political party level. But because of quota system, in fact, it is a new actually sort of, if you see, they were brought, into the political arena. Prior to that, I don't think any political party, they gave, that much representation, to the women in local government. I'm now coming first, question, women in local government. In fact, you all will agree here with me, that because of, 74 amendment, many of you first enter, into political arena. Actually, I don't think any political party on their own, they would have come and they say, oh, we'll give 50%, to women at local government. And this I'm saying with my own experience at, the attending several consultations organized by different government. And so that was the first point. They brought, so many women into, political arena. Now, why actually, we wanted a quota system? Because see, like Mr. Singh also explained earlier, at local level, you may be a good leader, you may have a very good, the leadership qualities. But what has happened, particularly, in fact, women themselves, there was a criminalization of politics, there was a money, muscle, power, both. Even women, they were reluctant, because they did not know that time, the Municipal Act, implementation, urban service delivery, how, sort of, these all factors actually, they were not known to them. Very few they knew that thing. Because if you see the first generation, women, those who enter, in the political field, they came from different, in fact, fields, doctor, engineers, teachers, different field. Some of them, they almost came, from the community level to suddenly, in the policy making body. And that, there was, I have seen, because, the entire training, almost all the state governments was handled, by me particularly through All India Institute, actually in many states. And what we realized that time women, they were actually sort of, reluctant first generation I'm talking. None of you may not be there in that first generation, of the women, in the local government. But yes, there was some kind of, sort of the constraint, in participating, at the local level. And all of them, they agreed. And even now, they agreed. They say, yes, quota brought us, in this political sector. We want to, do a good for a community. We have, that kind of, approach to work for the community. But we are missing, these skills, to work at the community level. And that was the first actually challenge, that yes, to bring, we said 49%, women in India. Only 51%, they are male. So normally we should have 50-50. So basically from that point, yes, that was a very, sort of the positive, the approach, to give, that much, particularly it was 33. Subsequently, there was a parliamentary committee. In fact, I was called also by Honorable, that time Sumitra Mahajan, madam, she was, actually chairperson of that committee at the Government of India level. And Mr. Sharad Yadav, he was, for an urban committee. And in fact, they were called to give evidence, whether 33 can be raised to 50%. Why 50%? Because it was thought that women, yes, there's several issues. Mr. Singh, he actually referred, to the 74th amendment and 12th schedule with the 18 function. Many of the functions, if you see, it was thought, that particularly women, they are more gender sensitive, in the several issues, which are at the local level, and they will definitely perform well, giving those services, even, for vulnerable groups, in the cities. And, I totally agree that, this quota system only brought women, from the even different, sort of the sections of the society, into the political arena. Otherwise, it would have, I think somebody in the morning mentioned that unless you have a political family, political backing, it's easy for you to enter, the political, the field. But because of the quota system, all women, actually spanning different, spectrum of the society, they got, opportunity to serve the city. And that way quota system definitely, help, to bring, I think all mayors present here, they will agree with me that if there would have been no quota, whether every city would have, 50% women at the local government. Even city like Mumbai, I remembered because, I'm from in the institute since 1984. And I remembered, that even Mumbai Corporation, out of that time, 200 and plus something, 222, the councillors in Mumbai Corporation, only 9 were women. Now, of course, but one thing with the quota system, when they were brought in, they performed well. And now, like, somebody mentioned here, and I think Honorable Mayor of Surat also mentioned, even Mumbai city, we have from 50, it's a 70%, many women, they have come from an open seats. So there is, yes, you have to give, a starting point, to bring women, into the political arena. Quota system definitely, sort of, the help, to women come into the political field. I'll just give you one example here. Recently, we conducted one study, with the college going girls. And nobody, in fact, you will be surprised. Nobody said, when I asked what kind of, career you would like to pursue, nobody told me I want to become a political leader. I want to become this, A, B, C, D, all kind of professions. Nobody said. Finally, I asked them and they said, no, ma'am, it's very difficult, to get into the political field. I don't have political background. My family doesn't have money. These questions, different. So that, actually it struck to me that because of this, sort of perceptions, even then, the quota system was, the useful, to bring in. But I'm sure, with the times to come, women will definitely take over, all, sort of the more and more numbers, but then it is not happening at the state and the, the central level. Actually, if you count, every state, if you count, the number of MLAs or even the member of parliaments, out of 500 plus, the things, I don't think that many numbers are, because still, if you say that it is a male dominating, the political field. How many women they can decide, giving tickets, at the particularly local level. And secondly, normally the ticket is given. See, I know all the political parties very well. I know most of their political bosses. Ticket is given if you can win the seat. You are winning, the seat is your first criteria. And that is, basically now with women with the, good work at the local level, good work, basically at various, issues, they are coming forward. So even they are crossing, the quota given to them. So 50, many states, it is going to 60, 70, 80, that kind of, ratio we are finding. But still, if, tomorrow there is no quota, this is my personal opinion, there may not be that many numbers, suddenly, at the local level. And when this is, I'm just saying, this is from my own experience of various programs, for last 4 or 5 decades, closely working with women in local government from different parties. I interact with all political parties. So, we know the mind of most of the parties, how the system operates. And from that point, yes, it definitely helped, but now it's up to women also how to take this further. That yes, you perform well. Many of them, they are doing extremely good work. You have many professionals now coming into the political field. So, they are working, to the great, sort of, if you see as a gender responsive, person, trying, to sort of achieve the things what was envisaged, when the constitution amendment was made. But I think quota system definitely help, to bring women into the entire, political arena. What was the second question, or my time is over?
No, no, I think you got few minutes from Honorable Mayor. What are the barriers you kind
Yeah.
of, see
Yeah.
them climbing up in the political ladder from local to the provincial and to the national? Because we don't see that many women representing provincial or the national level.
Yeah, like see, if I see the barriers, and this is my personal observations, I may be wrong. Here are all political leaders sitting here. You may correct me if you find, that, my any, sort of this is an experience sharing from my point of view. When, see, basically a number of women, actually they are there, see how far they have gone up, in their political ladder. Yes, I am a mayor, I am a, chairperson, but how much say I have in the local politics? Whether I can decide that in my city, this many number of seats should be given, to this many women, it may be open seat or, the particularly reserved seat, whether I have that kind of political power. See, when we see how far you have climbed, the political ladder, we then decide, how actually sort of you are going into decision making, the process. And this, I'm not making a loose statement, but basically we had done some research on this point globally. Need not be, I was a part of, the UNESCAP, study for 13 countries, which is available also on the net. Actually, India was one of the countries also. India definitely, in all the countries is leading, as far as, the quota system or a number of women, at the local level is concerned. But I think, and then secondly, like I said, same, for even the local government, like, the basically the money power, muscle power, then, we have, and backing also, from the male members actually, particularly in the party. How many male members, support a female, member at local level? Why this is not happening, that going up the ladder, for a state level or, central level. So, suppose tomorrow if there is, sort of some kind of quota, I'm sure, you will have the number increase, at the different levels. But this is also, the money power, how, whether I can win the election. Winning the election is the first criteria, whether if given a seat, whether I can, pull that seat, particularly how I can win that, what is my strategy, how I do, my calculation for winning the seat, these, strategies actually the women, they have to also even, but basically political parties should give, the seat to women to contest. And there, sort of whether you have a say there, in the deciding the ticket giving, particularly.
Thank you,
factor.
Professor.
So, I think, there are several, points which, I may take up, during the question, if at all there. And thank you very much, for giving me, this opportunity here to interact actually. And if you agree with me, I'll be happy, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sneha, for that insightful presentation, your experience and your research. So that is all matters. And I know finally it's the money. One of the criteria, yes, of course, to get the tickets, there are so many other challenges. So our next speaker is Councillor Stephanie Utan, my long-standing friend.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's have Ms. Stephanie Uithan, City Councillor, Catbalogan City, Philippines, a mother of two beautiful girls, a graduate of Masters in Public Administration and now taking up Doctor in Executive Leadership major in Public Management. Ms. Stephanie has been in the public service for 15 years in the Philippines and now its second term as City Councillor after having served 2 terms, 6 years from 2013 to 2019 as the first woman. City Mayor of the capital city of the 3rd largest island in the Philippines, Catbalogan City, Samar. Currently, she is the co-chair of UCLG SPAC, Standing Committee in Women in Local Government. Her major awards include 2020 awardee in the 3rd Pine Power Summit Award, 2017 awarded as one of the Philippines Honorable Queens, and 2013 awarded a Military Merit Award as a Master Sergeant of the Philippine Navy Army. Ms. Stephanie Uithan is an active officer and member of various international organizations for local government and an active speaker in different UN engagements. international and local regional programs and other courses, workshops. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Philippines, presenting Miss Stephanie Uitan.
Thank you for that
Thank
generous
you.
information.
Yeah, to set the background, I will pose two questions to you, Councillor Stephanie. In the Philippines, there are no quota system. In such environment, what are the barriers or challenges you see in women, especially from marginalized groups, coming into the decision-making bodies? That's my first question. And my second question is, in absence of a quota, what are the strategies available for women to get into the mainstream politics? Thank you.
Thank you. I hope I can answer that. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Are we still good? I hope you are, because I'm a bit nervous. A lot of leaders, women leaders surrounding me. I'm so honored and privileged to be here. Importance of quota for women in politics. Apologies if I need to read most of this, because I don't want to miss something, and I intend to finish on time, I hope. Okay, so the current situation of women in politics and governance in Catbalogan City, my city, and the Philippines. Catbalogan City, we had the first and the only female mayor. That was me, 2013 to 2019. It is the most challenging time of my life. Executive department heads of our city government, we have 65% women department heads. In the legislative department, which is I am a member in the city council, we have 50% of women. In the villages or barangay or village chiefs, we have 32% in our city. Take note that this is not in the case in other local governments in the Philippines. Political positions in my country is still predominantly occupied by men. No law or policy on the number or percentage of women occupying a political position. We don't have a quota. Our vice president is a woman. In our province, our governor is a woman. 85 out of the 311 seats in the House of Representatives in the Philippines are held by women. That's 27%. We rank 86 out of the 193 countries in the world. I would like to contextualize women in politics on the importance of quota for women in politics, because as I hear from the first to second to third speakers, quota means the number of women sitting in a position. Before I move forward with my discussion, let me give a context of what I will be presenting on the importance of quota for women in politics. Women in politics in general, or maybe for us in Catbalogan, is not limited to women elected to positions as a mayor, governor, or even president. The context of women in politics is encompassing those that are sitting in the positions, yes, whether elected or appointed, women employees working with the government, women partners and stakeholders working with the government and the government for a common cause. What is important is the presence of women and their involvement in planning, decision-making of various environmental programs. This in itself is already a big factor, a stimulator, and a catalyst to ensuring better policies and a more inclusive society. Quota for me is the opportunity of every woman to represent in any of those that I mentioned. I'm almost 40 years old now, and I've been in political seats since 2007. That's almost 18 years in service. I would like to reiterate the positions that I held, so that, of course, you can actually understand what we are going through as political leaders. In 2007 to 2010, I was a village chief and became the president of all village chiefs and sitting as a city councilor. In 2010 to 2013, I was a top-notcher city councilor. In 2013 to 2019, I became the first and the youngest woman mayor of Catbalogan City. In 2019, up to present, thank you. Up to present, I am a city councilor. I need to discuss some highlights of my milestone in the different seats I hold for a few years, and I hope every one of you
here will realize what I am emphasizing about quota. That it is not only about the power to sit in a position in a government, but the space or the chance given to women to make change in the community. My milestone when I was the youngest village chief in my city, it was during my term that a pie of the coffers of the village budget was allocated for these programs for women. Inclusion of relevant programs for women, such as skills training for livelihood programs, capability building, leadership programs, provision of livelihood assistance. Most of village chiefs, they concentrate their fund to infrastructure projects, not for women. But when I became the youngest village woman mayor, village chief in my village, I made sure that there is a budget for women. It was said that before me, no programs for women were introduced. And so as a strong advocate of women, I made sure to include women in all the processes, in the planning, budgeting, implementation, and monitoring. My milestone as first woman mayor in Catbalogan City. Again, this is the hardest battle. Everyone is questioning my capacity, my age, my gender. Can you really run a city? Can you make the city more progressive if it's a woman who's leading the city? I have strengthened the programs for women empowerment and participation by issuing executive orders that would provide a venue for them to participate in the developmental planning process, like the representation of women in all important council, City Development Council, City Peace and Order Council, City Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council, City Health Board, City School Board, City Gender and Development Council, and a lot of councils. I've made sure that all of this council, there is a woman representation. This initiative is still being implemented until now by my brother, who is the current mayor of the city. Another milestone, I have intensified the economic program of women by providing skills training for women that would enhance their potentials, increasing their incomes or their earnings. We all know that women economic empowerment is a key towards gender equality. This initiative increases the ability of women to participate equally in existing markets, access on the productive resources, have a decent work and income that can sustain their needs, increase their voices, and have a meaningful participation in the economic decision-making process. I also spearheaded the organization of MOVE, Men Opposed Violence Against Women. The inclusion of empowering men is also highlighted in my term as mayor because I believe that we can only eliminate violence against women everywhere if we are working with men. Do you believe that? Yeah? We need to work with them so that we can actually eliminate violence against women everywhere. Another one is I also introduced leadership and recognition programs that will motivate the women to be more involved in the government and to feel empowered that they can run for office or work with the government or be partners with the government. Recognition programs acknowledges their involvement and valuable share while working with the community. As a city councilor, as I chair a lot on different major committees in the city council, I have authored many policies, ordinances, and resolutions to advance women empowerment and gender equality. And I would like to highlight a few of them. Institutionalizing men-opposed violence everywhere. I made sure that there is a law to organize, to budget, to empower men as our colleague, as our partner in making sure that there is gender equality. Also, the revision of City Gender and Development Code that encompasses all the benefits of women and other sectors of our city. The Gender and Development Code covers the protection, participation, capacity development, and strengthening services for women. As I chaired the Committee on Finance, Budget, and Appropriation, I was able to push an increased budget allocation for women programs and projects, such as Women Health Wellness Center to different villages. And mind you, all the 57 villages of the city, we now have Women Health Wellness Center in each of the villages of the city. And we also increased budget for skills, capability trainings, and livelihood assistance. Currently, I am in the process of formulating an ordinance that would localize municipalism, feminism of the UCLG world in our city. I believe that by localizing municipalism, feminism approach, would mean a better and advanced programs and projects for the whole city.
You have 1 minute more.
After all, sustainable development can only be achieved when there is equality. So what are the challenges? For me, the challenges are the sustainability of the programs. Political affiliations is still a challenge. Digital technology and economic status. But overall, this is all about opportunities. When we have the opportunity to be there, to be in the process, then the programs will be sustainable. If we have the opportunity to be in a political party, then we can run an office. If we have the opportunity that the technology in our city digitally is actually advanced, then we have the opportunity. Then if we have if our economic status is okay, then we have the opportunity. Therefore, it is important that women should engage in politics, yes. And as a government, local government, we should come up with more programs and complementary mechanisms that will provide the quota for women in politics and identify a strategy that would increase the interest of women to run for an election and win, to work in the government, or to be a dynamic partner and stakeholder of the government, that they actively participate in the governmental process of the city. Women in politics, like where I am in Catbalogan, create a space or a platform where women can actually perform well to the best of their ability and represent women in decision making. Women in politics, based in my own experience, create a women-friendly politics that would enhance the potential of women. Women in politics can break barriers that are already in the spheres of governance that limits the opportunities of women. This will encourage women to participate in politics and increase their confidence in themselves to engage in politics. Again, quota is a number of women running and sitting in the government, number of employees working with the government, a number of women partners and stakeholders. In total, it's a number of opportunities given to women.
Thank you, Stephanie, Councillor Stephanie, for that interesting. I don't want to stop you, but
I would like to bid goodbye. Carry on, my fellow women. Keep shining, and to all our partners, men, work with us, love us more. In that way, world will be kinder for all gender, and we will be harmonious, and together we will achieve sustainable development for the next generation. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie. Opportunity to make the change, that is the buzzword I heard. So we are here to create that opportunity. Thank you, Councillor Stephanie, once again. Our next speaker is Dr. Aditi.
Dr. Aditi Narayani Paswan, Assistant Professor, Delhi University, is an Assistant Professor at University of Delhi in Lakshmi Bai College in the Department of Sociology. She is also a columnist with Indian Express and Outlook and has also been part of Commission on the Status of Women, United Nations, New York, 2016 to 2019. She has co-founded Dalit Adivasi Professors and Scholars Association, one of the leading think tanks in the field of study of inclusion and public policy. She is also a Y20 chair. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Miss Aditi, Dr. Aditi rather.
Thank you, Dr. Aditi. My question to you is, quota system is introduced in India in 1993. Do you think we should continue with that quota, and why? That's my first question. And my second question is, over the past 2 decades, what are the positive or negative changes that was observed by introducing quota for women in decision-making bodies? And do you think the quota system should introduce across all national, provincial levels as well? Thank you very much, Dr. Aditi.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'm honored and privileged to be sharing the dais with people, such powerful women from the state of Gujarat, Honorable Mayor Ma'am. And Stephanie, after your speech, I feel my energy level, the rush in my body has just shot up. Like after seeing the first woman, you have definitely made a change. And the whole idea of this session is actually what she has explained. So you can see what a woman can do, what a woman can bring about a change in the country, what she has. So bow down to you. And ma'am, after hearing all of us, I feel that very little I can provide my insights on this topic. But yeah, let's begin. So regarding quota, so let me tell you, I'm a quota kid since my childhood. I'm a Dalit woman. So I have had reservation and quota throughout my life. So there have been caustic remarks, "Arey, quota ki bachchi hai, reservation ki bachchi hai." But you know, if there was no quota, I'm sure I wouldn't be standing here and giving a speech in English, which is a kind of a privilege for a country like India. So quota is what makes women, and especially women from the marginalized section, to be represented in the mainstream. You talk about politics, you talk about economics, you talk about any sort of representation. And as all of us know that we are underrepresented, no matter we are on the way that we are talking about Nari Shakti, we are talking about women-led development, we are talking about women development. But the structural inequalities which are there in the society are such that we have been marginalized for centuries and centuries. And that marginalization in a very pure organic form cannot just be taken for a toss in a day that you decide that, you know, today I want to come out. Even a woman, when she's stepping out of her house to going to a school, I feel that's an achievement for a woman. And you know, I feel that quota is very important because it can accelerate the growth towards gender equality. The voices which are unheard, the voices of the women from the margins, the voices of the women from tribal community, the voices of the women which are unheard, they can only be heard when there is a woman, when there's a woman from their community standing at some podium and talking about them. Till the time there's no one, no representation, you know, quota is synonymous with representation. Representation is about recognition. And if there's recognition, then only we can talk about redistribution of resources, redistribution of opportunities, which can be available to us. Traditionally, in most part of the country or most part of the world, I would rather say, we have a culture that perpetuates some sort of women's subordination. Whether we talk about the classics of Max Weber or Karl Marx, or we talk about the recent year, there has been that structural inequality. We have always kind of excluded women from the discourse. And the discourse about gender discourse can only come if there's a quota. Not talking about the quota, so in 1993, when the Indian government approved a constitutional amendment that changed the face of rural politics today. In my family, from my village, which is the northern part of Bihar, 2 of my chachi are mayor, belonging to the caste that I belong to. It is sure and sure because of the quota, I would say. Quota has given them the voice. And that landmark judgment has brought about a complete overhaul in the gender parity of this country. Now, I'll say that when you're talking about quota, so quota brings about inclusivity. Quota brings about, it promotes the inclusivity. It encourages women to come out and talk about them. When we are talking about, and as ma'am has asked me the second question also, I definitely feel that the quota should be there. The quota should be implemented at all the levels. If there's no quota, I definitely feel that we will be left behind. As a it's not that as a feminist I'm trying to say this, but as just a woman who has since a childhood. I remember in our state of Bihar, even the distribution of food is gendered. Like when we have, you have non-veg, if you eat, there are pieces of chicken. So there's certain pieces of chicken and fishes which will be given to women and certain pieces which will be given to men. You know, when you're fighting is just for the piece of a chicken, you cannot imagine the fight they will have to have a struggle, right? Our struggle is just ongoing and ongoing. It doesn't end. And if you take that one quota that we have from us, poor us, we can't be standing here and talking. So I feel very strongly that there should be, and I'm glad that a state, as Sir has said, has 50% of the quota because of we have 16 mayors. I'm proud to say that the state of Bihar, which once was a part of a Bimaru state, is doing exceptionally well when it comes to women empowerment. And the second, I feel one of the concepts which I've read about in research is this of Pradhan Pati. You know, because we have increased level of quota, now what these men, they have devised a new way that, you know, this is a reserved constituency for a woman. Let my wife go and contest the election. And if she wins, I'll be the Pradhan Pati. So, you know, the face is mine, but still the power control, as ma'am said, that it doesn't matter where you are, but what matters is who controls the power. So in this Pradhan Pati concept, generally the man is what is holding the power. But that is also fine, I would say. You know, you are there still, and you can know that you can pull the strings. It's okay, let him control the power. You're the face of it. And as far as our country is concerned, you know, the president of our country, Honorable Draupadi Ji. She has given hopes to crores and lakhs of women belonging to Orissa, to one of the most backward state of the country, belonging to a Santhal tribe, the most backward tribe of this country. She becoming the first woman, the first lady of this country, is, we can see the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister also in that which is happening. You have the, when you see in Uttar Pradesh, and I'll tell you why we need women in politics, because in Uttar Pradesh, when there was this concept of Izzat Ghar, when the policies, they decided that, we need to bring about, we need to construct toilets. It was difficult for a person to understand why the emphasis given on a toilet. Because, for a woman, toilet is considered to be, it's a place of her dignity. It is a place that is going to protect us from getting sexually exploited. When in the women in the morning in the group, they used to use the field or open areas to go, then the sexual predators are there. So that is the concept of Izzat Ghar. That is how it came. And who can think of it, a toilet, just merely a toilet, that what a toilet is capable of doing to us women. It is us only, we the women can think of it. So I think for little thing, from the construction of toilets to our, even that Ujwala scheme, which is there, which is about that, we are going to get LPG gases. It is going to, when you are going and firing that firewood, the gas which is emitted out of it, it affects our bronchitis system. It affects our health, and nobody is going to talk about it. As it is, our health, as I said, the distribution of food is such that we don't get the protein of the family. We just get the leftover of the family. And plus, when we're firing, we're sitting near the firewood and inhaling that, it is going to affect our body. It's going to affect the system, respiratory system. So schemes like Ujwala scheme, which are there. So all these schemes, when they're thought of, I'm sure there are women sitting on the dais, there are women sitting on as policy makers who are talking about it. And that is how these things, these nuanced understanding of very little things are given such importance, and those are becoming a policies of which all of us are beneficiary of it. So this is what I had to say, and I hope I did make a little bit of sense after hearing to such great people, such erudites around me. But thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think you re-endorsed the fact that quota system should continue. And thank you very much. Yes, after listening to my panelists, now it's time for the questions and answers. We have about 10 minutes and floor is yours.
All right, quick Q&A session. 10 minutes will be given. We'll request you to please put across your questions quickly.
No, I have a question. So I'm sitting this side. Yeah, I have a privilege. So, no, I just want to raise, question here. Right? I totally agree with you that, the quota system brought, women to feel, that whether this many enter, so this is, my question. Because we are also doing a lot of research, on this, particularly putting up, different kind of, approaches, for a discussion. I'm not from politics, but I'm very close to all political parties, because of my work. And I totally, in fact, agree with Professor Aditi, on this thing. What do you feel, see? This is what, actually we ask this question across the parties, and all women there, they are already elected. They all said, actually, entering such a big number. And that was the answer, but I thought, I can ask. And second, actually, first, said about Pradhan Pati. I'll tell you, this is not a story. Maharashtra, actually, first generation women, their husbands, whose seat lady got, for electing because of reservation. Anytime it happened, that the main original, the corporator of that area, he used to also enter, general body with his wife. And in fact, most of the decision-making thing, he used to talk. He's not a member now. So ultimately, state government issued a GR that no male, brother, husband, whosoever, will not accompany woman, elected councillor inside, the house, for any meeting. This was a government resolution, which was, in fact, released by, particularly the government of Maharashtra. So first generation, it used to, but now, women, they have become very, that way. They have become aggressive. They have realized, power to them. Now it's not, seen that much, particularly that entering into general body actually.
Thank you very much. Anuya, for your question.
Thank you. My name is Anuya Kuvar. I am the program manager for the Commonwealth Local Government Forum. And my question is, I completely agree that we have to have quotas if we have to have good representation of women. But what's really concerning is in India itself, we are having reservations since the 73rd, 74th Amendment. But you often find that there's U-turn, but there is no promotional politics, as Neha ma'am was saying. You seldom find women who are elected representatives in the local government actually climbing up, going to the state legislative assembly or probably to the parliament perhaps. So what do we really do in that case? I mean, it's kind of related to it. It always, this question is always in my mind that you have quota. We have one time probably women leaders coming into say a Gram Panchayat or a local government. But why there's a U-turn after 5 years, you don't really find those same very women again saying that I'm going to contest. They often say, oh, 5 years, good enough. I am tired. I'm going back. So what's going to happen with that? It's a question, I guess, we all need to think about, address and design strategies for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone, you are directing the question to anyone in the panel or it's open? Yeah.
The quota system in the municipalities and panchayat. Constitution. A provision that. But contrary to constitutional intention, there is a very dangerous trend which is coming in most of these states, that the administrative and financial powers are being centralized. In absence of administrative financial power, they will not be able to perform. Once they are able to perform, their repetition will be very difficult. One of the solutions to that is some administrative power in the spirit of the constitution and financial power in the spirit of culture is a high court and a judgment of the administrative revolution. Recently, the provincial government, they didn't want, so they have gone in appeal in Supreme Court. So far as financial revolution is concerned, there is public interest litigation pending in the once administrative revolution, because it is supported by Supreme Court, and similarly financial revolution is supported by the court. We split 73rd, 74th are implemented, then probably these mayors, they will get re-elected and the chances of revolution will be raised. I will urge upon this forum that All India Council of Mayors, the Association of the Mayors, they must agitate for the Parliament and the Supreme Court, and if they intend to become party, and if the judgment of the administrative revolution is okayed by the Supreme Court, then probably that will be too well for the women mayor, including all the mayors. Second question about policy making. When the introduction was made in 96 most sorry, for reservation of the women in the assembly and parliament, that could not be true. Policy makers in municipalities and panchayat are the state subject. So power has to flow from municipality, state government. Now, once the women are properly represented in the assembly and parliament, then probably in the right spirit, the revolution will go, ours will go, and these mayors and the panchayat presidents, they will be able to perform much better than what it is today. Thank you.
There is a question from the audience. It's a written one, and it's directed to anyone from India. Do you think the women elected representatives who brought into power could raise the women's issues in the administrative bodies more than before? That's the first question. And the second one is, are they gender sensitive? Any changes in the developmental activities which make local bodies more gender friendly? So it's about the gender sensitivity. And then the other one is whether the women have brought the change that was expected. Like to answer?
Yeah, if I say about India, yes, that so many, the now Gujarat, Maharashtra, we have 50% reservation for women. And yes, it is a getting, more gender friendly, approach, in the local government field. Gender budgeting, the first, basically angle, even in Gujarat or even in Maharashtra, we have, a gender budgeting, now even in the bigger, the municipal corporation, which are again, issues which are raised by women, in the either ward committees or, even in the general body or standing committee. And so more actually, the voice given, to the women issues. Like if you see, Mrs. Singh, particularly if you see, the 12th schedule and 18th function, every, function you have a gender approach. And that was actually, particularly when the reservation was given for 74. That was, actually one of the idea, behind that. And I think, yes, many cities, in fact, we from All India, actually, we did, the study of Pune Municipal Corporation for gender framework for gender friendly city. And that time, municipal commissioner, he did a budget provision basis on, our, actually issue, particularly listing issues on the basis of gender indicators. And they made a provision, for a budgeting, total budgeting, part of gender budgeting. Maharashtra, we also have, 5% revenue budget mark, for women and child development, in any corporation. 5% revenue budget, is marked, so that, and it is more, for a gender sensitive issue. Yes, women started bringing, actually more and more. First generation, not that much, but now if you see fourth, fifth, the generation, it is, definitely, sort of a, even, that kind of approach, for a local governance.
Yeah, I think we are running out of time. It's 4 o'clock. And yeah, I can give you about one. Yeah.
मैडम ने बताया सही बात है। गुजरात और महाराष्ट्र में ये ऑलरेडी है कि 50% महिलाओं को वहां पर नेतृत्व दिया है और खास करके बजट में भी। मुझे कहने में अभी बड़ा प्राउड होता है कि इस बार हमारी गुजरात असेंबली ने जो महिला एमएलएज है तो उन लोगों को एक्स्ट्रा 1 CR का उन लोगों को ग्रांट अलॉट किया। एक्स्ट्रा 1 CR ओनली महिला एमएलएज। यस, अभी तो उस हिसाब से मतलब महिलाओं बहुत अच्छी तरह से परफॉर्मेंस भी कर सकती है अपने एरियाज में। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि अभी लास्ट ईयर हमारा इलेक्शन गुजरात में गया तो कई सीट पर ऐसा है कि इस महिला को इस बार टिकट नहीं देनी चाहिए। तो क्यों नहीं देनी चाहिए? तो इस उस पर भी हम लोग, हमारे मीडिया ने, हमारी पॉलिटिशियन ने, सब लोगों ने इतना बड़ा डिस्कस किया। एक बार एक महिला को टिकट मिला, फिर उसकी टिकट 2 बार वो एमएलएस बनी या कॉर्पोरेशन लड़ी, तो तीसरी बार कोई पुरुष को क्यों देना है? अगर हेमाली को नहीं देना है तो सुष्मिता को दो, सीता को दो, गीता को दो, लेकिन छगन भाई को क्यों? तो वो जो हमारी सीट है, हमारी 50% है, वो हमें बना के ही रखना है और उसमें गवर्नमेंट हमें सपोर्ट कर रही है। इस बार हमारी गुजरात गवर्नमेंट में, बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट ने 1 CR 1 करोड़ रुपए की ग्रांट महिला एमएलएस को एक्स्ट्रा दी। भाई को 20 मिलता है, 20 CR मिलती है ग्रांट, तो महिला को 21 मिलती है। तो ये हमारे लिए भी बहुत प्राउड की ये है कि नहीं, हम कहते हैं पंचायत से पार्लियामेंट तक महिला है, खेतर से लेके गांव से लेके माउंट एवरेस्ट तक महिला है। हमारी छोटी छोटी आंगनवाड़ी से लेकर बड़े बड़े साइंस सेंटर में अगर महिला है तो पॉलिटिक्स में महिला क्यों नहीं? और उसका ये होना ही चाहिए, ये मैं मानती हूँ। मुझे ये दीदी पूछ रही थी आप कब से पॉलिटिक्स में हो, आप कभी छोड़ने वाले हो? मैंने बोला नहीं। तो ये हमारे लिए, और पॉलिटिक्स ऐसा नहीं है कि पोजीशन के लिए चाहिए। एक बार हमें ऐसे ठान ली कि हमें काम करना है फिर वो चाहे हमारे देश के लिए हो, हमारे गांव के लिए हो, हमारे सिटी के लिए हो। और मुझे तो बहुत प्राउड है कि मैं सूरत सिटी जैसी इतनी बड़ी सिटी की मुझे मेयर बनने का जो चांस मिला, तो मैंने मान लिया कि ये मेरा जन्म एक स्त्री का सफल हो गया। क्योंकि सूरत शहर में काम करना है तो आप काम से ज्यादा आप बहुत 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 सीखने को मिलता है, और मैं बहुत सीख रही हूँ, ये मुझे प्राउड है। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. So that brings to the conclusion of our session, and which endorsed that we should continue with the quota, not only at the local level, maybe at the state or at the national level as well. So thank you very much, my panelists. And
thank you to our moderator and dignitaries. Please keep sitting because now it's time for the felicitation. Now I'll request Sunny George to please come forward and felicitate Miss Stephanie. तालियों के साथ everybody. Mr. Viral Shah to please felicitate Dr. Aditi. Huge round of applause, everybody. Mr. Parvez to please come forward and felicitate Hema. Let's have Apurva Shukla to please join us and felicitate Mr. S.K. Singh. Let's give a huge round of applause, everybody. And Mr. Anirudh from Ahmedabad to please come forward and felicitate Miss Neha. And once again, I thank all our dignitaries and distinguished speakers for giving such an interesting and insightful sessions. Now it's time for the group picture. Let's join us for the group picture. Also, ladies and gentlemen, there is an important announcement. Outside, there is a very interesting stall of organic products by Girl Power. So all of you should visit and explore those products. एक बार तालियां हो जाएं, everybody, as we come to an end to the second session. And now we're going to have a quick high tea break for 10 minutes, and we are going to be back for the final session of the day. We'll see you back after 10 minutes. And once again, thanking to all our dignitaries, speakers, moderator, everybody. to begin our third and the final session on women entrepreneurship and wellness. Well, the participants in this session will gain a better understanding of the entrepreneurial journey and challenges. They will also learn from best practices for empowering in different spheres of life and gain inspiration for the success stories of women entrepreneurs. Also, ladies, there is a bracelet found golden color. If it belongs to anybody, please collect it. It's a golden color bracelet. I am going to hand over it to the team members of AII LSG. You can collect in case you feel that it belongs to any of your acquaintance or friend. Then please inform them. All right, everybody, it's time to begin with our third session. And to begin our third session, first, I would like to invite our moderator, Ms. Preeti Singh Mundra, Deputy Director General of NADECO, founder member of NADECO Mahi, NADECO's Women Wing. Ms. Preeti is the Deputy Director General of NAREDCO, NADECO. Is that right? Under the aegis of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, and a founder member, NADECO Mahi. She is the founder of Sattva Nation, a festival of holistic wellness, a platform where various wellness experts provide guidance to individuals. She comes from a stellar corporate background, headed challenging and prestigious assignments as the Director of Business Strategy in the Economic Times, present ASTAC, and National Sales Head of Jasubhai Digital Media. Very warm welcome to our moderator. And now let's welcome all our speakers. At the dais, Dr. Hina Shafi Bhatt, Dr. Ananta Raghuvanshi, Miss Madeline, Dr. Madhulika Bajpai, Miss Maitri Kamble, Mr. Nikhil Pant, and Miss Akriti Raval. Over to our moderator.
Hello.
All right, everybody, we have Dr. Hina Shafi Bhatt, Vice Chairperson, JNK Khadi and Village Industries Board. Dr. Hina Shafi Bhatt is a BJP leader, and currently she is Vice Chairperson, JNK Khadi and Village Industries Board, VP Admin Affairs, BJP Jammu and Kashmir, India VP, Forum of National Securities Awareness, and Executive Member of CITH, Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India. She's a known face in the Valley for her social service. She worked in the area of rural development under different banners, anti-drug addiction programs, education, skill development for unemployed women, etc. She got many awards such as Best Social Worker in 2011, Start Achievement Award for Medical Services 2012, Pride of Kashmiri Award by Indian Diabetic Federation 2013, and many more. Let's put our hands together, everybody.
I would request the MC, can we have the profile and introduction for all the speakers?
Yes. Our next speaker is Dr. Ananta Singh Raghuvanshi. He is a doctorate in management, TEDx speaker, and a corporate leader with 3 decades of dedicated service to the real estate sector. She has held the positions of executive director at DLF, chief executive at MRMGF, country head India at DEMEC, and senior executive director at Experion Developers, and stands for exemplary leadership and exceptional results. She is the founder and president for Naredko Mahi under the aegis of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. She is also the mission director for Nirmal Jal Prayas. She is the advisory board of Amity, RIX, SPE, and NICMAR Pune. She is a mentor of change for Niti Aayog's ATL AIM, awarded by Honorable CM and Deputy CM of Maharashtra by Society Achievers Award, and recognized with over 40 prestigious awards and accolades. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Our next speaker, Ms. Madeline Y. Alflor Gasman. Madeline Alflor Gasman, fondly called Mayor Madel by her constituents, is the first lady mayor of Eriga City. First elected in May 2004, she holds the record as the city's youngest mayor in the last 13 years. Mayor Madel descended from a family of politicians. Her accomplishments in the art of communicating and conservation and protection of the environment speak of her dream to make Eriga City an agro-ecotourism center in the Philippines. Her vision for Eriga City is anchored on programs for good local governance, which were measured in the local government performance management system and generated very satisfactory results. Under her leadership, Eriga City was a recipient of awards and recognition in good local governance, tourism, human resource management, revenue generation, and environmental protection, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. And next we have Dr. Madhulika Bajpai, MPhil PhD, Associate Professor, Human Communication, BCAS, University of Delhi. She's a senior faculty as Bhaskar Acharya College of Applied Sciences, University of Delhi. As an academician and a consultant, she has a professional career spanning 25 years. Dr. Bajpai is also awarded the Meritorious Teacher Award by Directorate of Higher Education, Government of NCT of Delhi. In addition to her academic work, Dr. Bajpai is a sought after speaker. She is the founder and life member of several psychosocial organizations working in the ambit of applied and positive psychology. Her domains of work include stress management, personality development, holistic health, and positive psychology, to name a few. Through her workshops and talks, she helps create awareness for mental health concerns, suggest appropriate interventions, and promote holistic wellness. Let's put our hands together, everybody. And next we have Ms. Maitri Kamble. She's a young entrepreneur from Pune with a strong sense of social responsibility through her business ventures. She comes from a family with a strong business background and has paved her own way. Maitri worked on various projects during her college years, which helped her develop her business interest. She graduated from MIT WPU with a BBA in International Business and founded a startup company called Swara Sanitech, with focuses on upliftment of sanitation workers through technologies. Maitri's TI Bus initiative aims to provide one-stop sanitation services to women and create business opportunities for marginalized women. She also works as the DICCI Next Gen National Convener, fostering entrepreneurship and innovation among SC/ST entrepreneurs. Maitri's work has been recognized by government bodies and national media platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, taaliyon ke saath ek baar swagat. And then we have Mr. Nikhil Pant, Chief Executive Officer, REACHA, and a founder, Lakshya. Nikhil Pant, former Chief Program Executive, National Foundation for CSR, IICA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, GOL, has played a key role from government side in formulation and national wide rollout of corporate social responsibility as per Section 135, Companies Act 2013 legislation, rules, policy, strategy, compliance, accounting, audit, taxation, reporting. He also specializes in CSR grant management, monitoring and evaluation frameworks, impact assessment, project management, etc. And is currently involved in compliance to impact with sustainability, advising to governments, corporates, NGOs, and academia on CSR and sustainable development. And last speaker, ladies and gentlemen, of this session, Ms. Akriti Rawal, CEO and co-founder of House of Chicken Curry, is a unique blend of strategic marketing expertise and passion for preserving traditional art forms. Together with her mother, she founded a House of Chicken Curry, a venture that seeks to showcase the beauty of this exquisite embroidery style from Lucknow to the world. Hailing from New Delhi, Akriti honed her skills at King's College London and Imperial College London, where she earned a bachelor's degree and master's in strategic marketing, respectively. She recently participated in the highly acclaimed Shark Tank India Season 2, where her D2C business model and unwavering dedication to empowering artisan communities caught the attention of 4 investors, including Aman Gupta and Piyush Bansal, resulting in secured funding. Akriti's mission is to preserve the glory of the art of chicken curry and provide economic and social empowerment to artisans by guaranteeing the authenticity and quality of their handwork. This is about our speakers, and now I would like to hand over to our moderator.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction to all the great speakers we have on this panel. And it is a privilege to host this panel on women empowerment and wellness. I must congratulate the organizers, AII, LSG, and all the supporting partners. We see that more than 20 associations had participated and supported for this program. We are truly thrilled. Honestly speaking, we were sitting on the back side over a tea, and all our panelists were little skeptical about having audience members listening to us since it's the last session. But thank you so much to all the leaders present here. Can we have a great round of applause for all of you, please, for being there for the last session? So going ahead, my first question goes to Dr. Hina Shafi Bhatt. Ma'am, you are the Vice Chairperson of J&K Khadi and Village Industries Board. We would love to know your journey, that how you have motivated yourself working in the challenging atmosphere and of course handling this prestigious position which demands not only the leadership, but when I say challenging atmosphere, there are certain challenges politically, and of course being a women leader in state like J&K, how you have overcome all that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's really a privilege to be sitting here and talking about women. Preeti, for everybody, it was not so easy. I was the first Kashmiri Muslim to join Bharatiya Janata Party. When I started my political career, it was 2013, and I was the only first Muslim woman. That time, I can say Bharatiya Janata Party or any other national party still not so well accepted in Jammu and Kashmir. So I had to, it was a very, ice-breaking situation. But because of my family and loved ones, today I'm here and speaking in front of you at the national level. Nothing in life is easy, especially for women. Nobody accepts, even if you're capable to do the best. But you have to bring that capacity and capability, potential you have, and you can reach anywhere.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Such an amazing inspiration that surviving in such tough situations and still, moving level ahead with your vision. I
have to add something, because maybe that can be an inspiration and that threat where a woman steps out to do something different. When I joined BJP, on every social media, I could see on every social site, lot of abuse, lot of, derogative language. But today, these same people, they're writing
very good about me today. So this is a change that from the abuse to the praise, these years, they have realized it's not about the party, it's not about, it is the step and the hard work of women where she can reach to some better standards.
Wow, lovely. So since you have mentioned that whenever this is just an observation, since I am also representing a real estate organization, I work in the capacity of additional director general with India's topmost real estate association under Ministry Housing. I've seen when 10 to 11 women, like in a group, they are together. So there's a term called kitty party is being used. Women folks are never been seen, perceived, or accepted as the change maker or the leader. So my next question to Dr. Ananta Raghuvanshi, the president of the women's wing of NAREDCO Mahi. Ma'am, you have spent more than 3 decades in the real estate sector. And of course, when you have started your journey, this sector was not very lucrative and fancy looking for women folks. So how your journey has been and real estate then and now, and what would be your suggestion to aspiring women folks, those who pursue a career in real estate?
Thank you so much for that question, Preeti. I think probably that's exactly what attracted me there. Normal is boring, right? Challenges are always exciting. Yes, in 1991, I think I was all of 21. And my motivation actually for working in real estate, it wasn't really real estate. I was a marketing professional and I wanted to work in the best looking office in the city. And at that point of time, there were only 2 buildings which really looked amazing. And one was the DLF Center, which was brand new, and one not so brand new, but that was the Citibank building in Connaught Place. So that was my motivation for being there. And that had 3-4 places. One was, of course, British Airways, and then there was Nestle. And somehow I think destiny took me to DLF. So I said, I want to sell the most expensive product. I want to work in the most beautiful building. That's an age when you talk about superlatives, I think, you know. So that was the whole idea, and I landed up there. But yes, once I was there, then there was no looking back. I definitely would agree that in most rooms, and including even in boardrooms today, you would probably be the only one. Very lucky if you found company as far as women are concerned. But one thing I would like to tell all the women is that it's only that initial thing, you know, when you join a job or when you enter a room for a meeting, that there would probably be bias or no bias. But once you start talking, then nobody's thinking whether you're a man or a woman, you're a professional, you're there on your qualifications, your competence, and to do a job. And if you are good at your job and if you keep working towards excellence in that job on all fronts, of course, whether it is educational qualifications, job knowledge, your ethics, your fairness, your leadership skills, of course, your resilience, persistence, there's so many things that make each one of us. But if you are constantly working on all of that, I think you enjoy, and you're enjoying what you're doing, then success on all fronts, I think, just follows.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ananta. Since you've mentioned that at a very tender age, of course, choosing your own path, and that too an unconventional one, those times is absolutely an inspiration. My next question to our young entrepreneur, I'm really glad that on this panel we have 2 young entrepreneurs in their early 20s, and it's a proud moment. To Miss Akriti Rawal, the CEO and co-founder of House of Chicken Curry. Akriti, you started your career when, girls planned to party with their friends. So, and that too with your mother. So, of course, I'm not going to ask you the same question, which you have addressed on many forums. This is a little different. Market is already highly competitive. And when we talk about fashion trends, when we talk about the chicken curry or a traditional trend of a fashion, still you are keeping it so innovative. So what was the challenges you have faced, and what are the I would say, what are the ideas you would like to give to your fellow, not only women, but men also, who are aspiring to start their careers in an unconventional manner?
Thank you so much for your question. And thank you so much for everyone, to everyone for being here. I'm really honored to be here with the panel of really experienced and strong leaders in different industries. And I hope I can share as much as I'm taking away from all the talks that are happening. So yeah, I mean, I think some of the challenges that I face, particularly, we deal in chikankari. So I'll explain what chikankari is for everyone who doesn't know. It's a form of hand embroidery art form that comes from Lucknow, UP. And I co-founded the business with my mother in October 2020, 2 years back. And we decided to take the art of chikankari online through an e-commerce solution. And my mother brings the operational, production, quality expertise to the business. She handles everything which is off Instagram, which is a lot more than just Instagram and the website. And I mainly look after the technical and the business development side of things. So yeah, coming back to your question and the challenges we face, particularly in this industry, I'd start with that, because we're dealing with artisans, you know, and who are working on the garments and making it by hand. It takes a lot of days to make one garment. Maintaining, you know, the quality level for and in an industry which was not organized, or which is, you know, mainly run in like local shops, and they're only supplying to shops everywhere, to make them understand that quality in an e-commerce business versus quality in an offline business works very differently. So we have struggled a lot, and we are still struggling since 2 years. We are now lucky that some of them are on board with us, and my mom and I have like made SOPs for them in Hindi. Every time we go to Lucknow, we give it to them, and we try to tell them that these are the 10 steps jo aapko dhyan rakhna hai. And we've taken a lot of steps in our own very small way. Since we're only 2 years old, we haven't been able to obviously take it at a bigger scale yet. As we grow, we have big dreams to have a very deep impact on a grassroots level on the industry. And yeah, so this is on the industry side, the challenges we faced. But overall, the competition online post-COVID has increased a lot. There's a lot of brands, you know, going online. Even though we were one of the first few brands to take chikankari online, we were still indirectly competing with a Fab India or someone, you know, who would go and buy an Indian wear garment from some other brand. So to create that space, like in an already crowded industry, I think there were two things that we just focused on, and we were just dedicated and committed to those two things. Number one was, we will make a purposeful brand. We are going to focus on the purpose of the brand, because millennials today, which is what I am, which is what peers around me are, if we decided to cater to them, and if 52% of the Indian population now is millennials and Gen Z, they need purposeful brands. You cannot just start something, you know, it doesn't work like that anymore. 6 years back, you could keep pumping in money on marketing and get the sales. But today, that transparency and that purpose in a brand is what I think the audience, the young audience, is what they want. So that is one thing that early on, I think we really heavily focused on, we still do. And the second thing that we focused on was building a community, right? Like making sure that we build a community through our team, through our employees, through our customers, and also through our artisans. So no one should ever feel that we are a big organization. When we're with the artisans, we're a part of them. When we're with the team, we're a part of our team. When we're talking to customers, we're understanding them. So I think those are the two things that have really helped us make a little space in a very crowded industry as a whole. And that's something I think any new brand should look at, because that's what the millennials demand today. So that could help, you know, cut through the clutter and reach your target audience if it's a younger one.
Thank you so much, Akriti. My next question goes to Dr. Madhulika Bajpai, MPhil, PhD, Associate Professor, Human Communication, University of Delhi. Ma'am, I remember my candid conversation with you on holistic wellness and how women balances it out. So what we see when a woman reaches to the top, there is a statement like, you know, she's less deserving, but because she had good rapport with people. She's never considered majored on the basis of her capability, rather on the basis of her soft skills or the rapport with the other co-workers maybe. But there is a other side to a woman leader. She goes through a lot because she is the one who is building your society. Not only India, of course, and like around the world, woman is the one who is the Janani. The Janani is a Hindi word, the one who gives a birth, the one who teaches. She's the first teacher. So, ma'am, how to gain holistic wellness for a woman in such a challenging, fast-paced life where she has to balance her emotional well-being, because the picture what she shows on a leadership position is very strong, soft, goes through a lot emotionally. So how can she gain that holistic wellness, emotional well-being in this fast-paced life to balance work and family?
Question, Priya, Preeti, sorry, I'm so bad with names. If you allow, I have put together a small presentation where I'm bringing forward a psychological perspective to what a woman goes through when we are looking at leadership roles.
Ravina, I request you if you could play that presentation.
Too many. Good evening, everyone. And many of you may have heard this a lot since morning, that it's a privilege and an honor to be amongst the eminent speakers here and the participants, and to be sharing the dais with such achievers. And we are 8 of us, so that's like kind of on a note of immodesty, I'll say we are infinity, right? We start from there, we end here, and we have a lone gentleman here. Right. Lone Ranger has its connotations, so I'll be more kind to him and say a lone gentleman amongst many wolves here, right? A pack of wolves we are leading. Right. So I really appreciate all of you staying back to listen to us. And I put together a small presentation. If you find it too tedious, I'll just quickly go through it. But I would appreciate if you look at it, because we are talking about things which women face. And through that, I'm trying to answer Preetiji's question that how women are able to keep the holistic wellness going. So I put it together in 2 parts where I'm telling you what the challenges are, which many of us are aware of, but some of them probably I'm giving a title to it or a term to it so that we can kind of understand that better. And then as my role as a psychologist, I'm also suggesting you certain solutions. So please bear with me, and I hope you will take back something with you after I finish. So the title of my presentation is Working Towards Women's Wellbeing. I personally feel that we are talking about women leadership and women entrepreneurship, but it is not in isolation. We are a work in progress. We have been a work in progress, and we will remain a work in progress. And by we, I don't mean women, I'm speaking of the humankind. So when we are talking about the challenges that we face, it is not something we have started to face ever since women have stepped forward and being a part of economy. ये शुरू से था, ये कम हुआ है, ये कम हो सकता है, but will it end? That is something for us to decide, all of us who are policymakers, decision makers, or individuals in a relationship. So how are you contributing to that as to your son, daughter, wife, mother, husband, father? We all could be contributors. So the first few next slide, please. Yeah. I'll start with the good news. हमेशा अच्छे से शुरू करते हैं. Devi says we start with the meetha, so we'll start with that. So we have had a recent survey being done where they say nearly 20% of the enterprises in India are owned by women, which is a big step in comparison to what it has been in the last few decades. We also have Kalpana Saroj, who kind of brought back the company, this Kamani Tubes, back from bankruptcy to profitable company, and she's known as the first woman entrepreneur of our country. We also have just picked up one. There are plenty of women and there are plenty of you who are present here and some on the dais as well, who are entrepreneurs and have been doing really well. So a young one, Aditi Gupta, she has been awarded as one of the BBC's most influential women amongst the 100 ones and is listed under 30 for Forbes as well. And Government of India, many of you who are from respect honorable mayors and decision makers, policy makers, professors, retired IAS officers, and everybody, you would be knowing that already, that plenty of schemes which the Government of India has launched to kind of provide economic empowerment to women or allow them, I wouldn't say allow them, provide them opportunities for them to have a bigger share in decision making. However, the next slide, please. We have the not so good news as well. Flip the other side of the coin. The 6th economic census, which happened in 2014, says that the number of enterprises we have in our country, only 13.76 businesses are owned by women. And by that, if Dr. Aditi is here, I'm not talking about Praja, what was the name that she gave? Pradhanpati, not Pradhanpati, but it's only 13.76 when we are about 50% of the population. The index of women entrepreneurs, they have ranked as 52 out of 57 countries they surveyed. So we are at the top, we're at the bottom. World Economic Forum gender gap has found us at 142 out of 149 countries. So the gender gap still remains, and this is a recent report, maybe 4 or 5 years old only. And most unfortunate is that even if we have 98% of the women, the businesses are owned by micro enterprises. They are not heading big companies. They're not heading things where decisions are made, where policies are made, and out of which almost 90% of them are in the informal sector. So the good news, bad news for both of you, but what are the challenges specifically? The first challenge is what we all would agree. And okay, a quick disclaimer. When I'm speaking here, I'm not saying man versus women here, right? There are no villains here. Please remember that we are a cog of a wheel. Sometimes we cooperate, sometimes we do not. So please don't see it as a man bashing thing. With all my feminism in place, I'm not here to bash men. So if you look at this, this is something I've experienced myself in an industry which is largely women dominated. Teaching as well as psychology is largely women dominated. Yet often I have found that my ideas, when it comes from a male's mouth, sound suddenly more appealing to the decision makers. And a male boss can be boss, but a female boss is bossy, right? Just an extra why and why, right? So that's a gender bias we are dealing with and we need to look into. Next slide, please. And yeah. So we have gender lens. When a woman does a lot of things, she's multitasking. When a man cannot do many things, he has single-minded focus. I wonder why don't we have that privilege? Look at the, when a man looks at himself, look at the mirror with a nice protruding belly and see the way he imagines himself to be. And look at the way a woman would see herself, over exaggerating her tiny flaws, right? And which is true for all of us present here as well. And then when a man does all of it which a woman is doing, he's a modern man. And when a woman does it, she's a housewife. Right. Welcome to the world of women. Next slide, please. Next thing. I'm not done yet. I hope I am able to keep you entertained till the end. So a man's strength is not to speak. Yeah. Many of you choose not to speak. And unfortunately, a woman's strength is her tears. Something which happens to us naturally is seen as a weapon. Yeah. And we're talking about not being biased to women here. A man travels like this, a woman travels like that, right? Most of the men who are traveling for this workshop would know how many of suitcases you're carrying, right? How many of you actually made an effort to dress up today? We were discussing this with Dr. Raghuvanshi this earlier, that we take effort, it shows. And we should not be ashamed of it. We should not be embarrassed about it, right? If you want, I can speak in Hindi also, but looking at some of the audience, I'm sticking to the language, but agar aap chahe, to main isko Hindi mein bhi samjha sakti hu. And the last one, men don't understand makeup. Huh? Women don't understand tools, right? I understand both. That makes me what? 50-50? No, I still am a woman, but I know that. These are the gender lens that we carry with us when we are dealing with gender roles, and something which we should go with. And the last one, which is the most horrendous one, if I may say, is this. Please, next one, please. This is our competition. Look at the line for women and look at the line for men. And if this is how we are supposed to compete, how are we talking about equality in the first place, right? So these are the challenges, gendered lens. Next one, please. I'm just trying to be as quick as possible. Now, compassion fatigue is a term which is largely used for industries which are working in health industry, or like, for example, nursing, doctor. We spoke to Priya and she spoke about a doctor who was a gynecologist and how much harder she had to work during COVID with no respite from her household responsibilities. So compassion fatigue is something which people who are taking care of others by the virtue of the job that they are in, or because of their responsibilities, can experience. These are some of the things, some of the areas through which you could have compassion fatigue. And this is how compassion fatigue would be visible in you. Next one, please. These are the various symptoms, right? So your aggression, your agitation, your irritability is not because this is that time of the month, right? Or you're menopausal, right? It could happen because of compassion fatigue also. And it is about time we look around ourselves and see, are we also dealing with women who are going through the stage of compassion fatigue? Or are we conveniently labeling is कि तो महिलाओं के साथ होता है, ये उनकी biological process के कारण से ऐसा होता है, या they're emotional. Sometimes we are called emotional for no reason. By the way, aggression is also emotion. So when I punch you in the face, I may be going through my cycle, right? Remember that. Next one, please. Now we have double binds, as Dr. Raghuvanshi just said, that she was largely, most of the situations, she was the only female there, right? It can be very threatening. It can be very overwhelming if you don't hold your fort. So, but what women find in terms of double bind is, if I am strict with you, oh, she's being mardani. Do we have a similar term for a man in a semi-complimentary way? हम पुरुष को जब बोलते हैं effeminate, तो generally we are talking about their sexuality. We are never speaking about, oh, he's in touch with his femininity, he's a nice guy or he's a gentle guy. But mardani we use. Even in the history we say, खूब लड़ी मर्दानी, वो तो झांसी वाली रानी थी. Why could she not be a feminine figure and yet fight? So we do have these double binds where damn you do, damn you don't, right? So what are the things that which you face? Next one, please. Sorry? So these are certain things that when men take charge, this is what they hear, and when women take charge, and these are symbolic, these are generic ones. I'm sure each one of us have faced biased or worse than this in our personal lives as well. So this is something we need to be careful about, the double binds that we create for women in our society. Next one, please. And then tipping scales. Oh, every time I heard the word work-life balance, I would have been a crorepati, right? I'm sure many of us would be, but unfortunately, I still am not. So you do understand it's just a word. So women are supposed to be handling things like that, right? And if the scales have to tip, it should rather tip towards the household thing, but never for the career, because there's a man there. Though, of course, we do have a gentleman here who does not, or who breaks the mold here. He will tell about his story later, but we are expected to do that. Next one, please. These are some of the reasons why the so-called work-life balance is not there. Please see if you are responsible for any of this. Many of you are officers here, many of you are employers here, entrepreneurs here. One of the reasons is also that bosses are difficult, right? So please identify if work-life balance is not only about a threatening spouse and a non-cooperative husband and young children. It could be coming from both sides. And the last one, which is very unfortunate, is a recent survey done in 2020 by LinkedIn. And it says that, I'm afraid I can't see the statistics, but I'm sure you can, that almost 1.3% 1.3 in comparison to 1 men leave jobs because of the imbalance that they face when they're not able to kind of keep the scales together. Tipping scales is the next thing that challenge a woman faces. Next one, please. And this is something you can't wish away. You're born with a gender, right? You're born with a certain kind of physiology. You cannot wish away. So you would, if you're fortunate, will have a menstrual cycle. If you're a woman, you will have a marriage. If you're lucky, And if you're more lucky, you could also have a divorce as well. If you want, you could have a pregnancy. If you want, you can have more than one pregnancy. You could have, unfortunately, a death in a family, which could affect both. But as you would see in your respective families, agar ghar mein kisi ka bimari se lekar death, if there was an illness or a death, it's a woman who has to stay back and take care of everything, whereby, with absolute regard to my own religion, and I'm speaking for my own, whereby all the chores are done by men, but chutti lady ko leni padti hai. So we're looking at that. Any illness, bacha bimar hota hai, unless the child is on a breastfed, is being breastfed, does not require the mom as much, but it is always the mother. And they say, "Maa ka dil aisa hota hai." आपने टटोल के देखा, are you a cardiologist? Research or biological basis में माँ और पिता के दिल में कुछ ऐसा difference नहीं होता, right? It is a social conditioning that we're talking about, and that needs to change. And that would be my request to all the young ones out here. If just because you have seen your parents do it, that's not necessarily the right way of doing it. Right? Then menopause. It is a challenge which has just been pushed, been spoken about a lot in the Nordic countries, where they're saying that women who are undergoing menopause should be relieved of some responsibilities, right? Some of us may have gone through it, some of us may be going through it, but eventually, if you're born a woman, you would undergo that, and there's nothing to be ashamed of it. Your capabilities, if it is being affected, aapko zukam hai, jis din us din aap baat nahi kar sakte, and it's a given. So if you are undergoing menopause and because of that you have certain physical or psychological conditions, how can you be judged upon it? Or how do they say ki aapki capabilities kam ho jayenge? How can you be replaced because you're no more productive just because you're going through a cycle which every woman has to? So these are the biases which we generally face, and that's something we need to look into, the challenges we are posing to our women. Next one, please. And this one is very important, the networks and relationships. Could you play that, please? So we were speaking of this earlier also, the Lone Ranger, the Pack of Wolves. We have quite a few names here, boys gang. We have alpha males. We also have bro culture. And you would see that in a company where the women are outnumbered, and there's another different concept altogether called as minority stress, which unfortunately most of women face in respective organizations when they are fewer in number. This is what leads to alienation further. You know, the kind of coming together of boys and, you know, not siding with women per se can lead to alienation in the organization, even when it is not intended. I'm not saying you're doing it on purpose, but it can be seen as alienation of sorts. Next one, please. And this one is a mixed bag. I'm sure many of you have seen this video clip. You would have your own take on it. I think by now you would know what would be my take on this. But this is something I personally feel this happened to Indra Nooyi in 2000. We are in 2023. I don't know if the reality has changed. And we make mothers-in-law generally the vamps in our stories. Here, the mother is the one who is telling the place of a woman. And just see, are we willing to take this as a norm, even if it is coming from the director of PepsiCo company? Could you play that, please?
Indra, you run a company with 300,000 employees, almost $70 billion in revenues. You come home one day as president of the company, just appointed, and your mom's not that impressed. Will you tell that story?
You know, this was about 14 years ago, and I was working in the office. I worked very late, and we were in the middle of the Quaker Oats integration or the acquisition. And I got a call at about 9:30 in the night from the existing chairman and CEO at that time, and said to me that, Indra, we're going to announce you as president and put you on the board of directors of PepsiCo. I mean, I was overwhelmed because, you know, look at my background, where I came from. To be president of an iconic American company and to be on the board of directors, I mean, I thought it was just something special had happened to me. So rather than stay and work till midnight, which I really would have done because I had so much work to do, I decided to go home and share the good news with my family. So I got home at about 10, parked the car, got into the garage, and my mother was waiting at the top of the stairs. And I said to her, Mom, I got great news for you. And she said, well, then let the news wait. Can you go out and get some milk? I said to Mom, look, I looked in the garage. Looks like my husband is home. What time did he get home? She said 8 o'clock. I said, why didn't you ask him to buy the milk? Because he's tired. Okay, he's tired. He's tired. We have a couple of help at home. Why didn't you ask them to get the milk? She said, because I forgot. I said, okay, fine. She said, just go get the milk. We need it for the morning. So I, like a dutiful daughter, I went out and got the milk and came back. I sort of banged it on the counter and I said, I had great news for you. I've just been told that I'm going to be president on the board of directors. And all that you want me to do is to go out and get the milk. What kind of a mom are you? And she said to me, let me explain something to you. You might be president of PepsiCo, you might be on the board of directors, but when you enter this house, you're the wife, you're the daughter, you're the daughter-in-law, you're the mother, you're all of that. Nobody else can take that place. So leave that damn crown in the garage and don't bring it into the house. Now, I have to tell you, David, I've never seen that crown.
Now, looking at the audience response, it might sound like funny, but I was enraged. I was extremely angry at the mother, right? A response, सांस से तो उम्मीद कर सकते हो, but your mom telling you that. And the fact that it is also disappointing to me, and this is a very, very personal thing. I'm sure each one of you have a takeaway from this, that somebody that successful is reminded you're a mother, daughter, wife. मुझे दुख होता है आदमियों के लिए, उनको कोई नहीं देता है ऐसे दर्जा, कोई नहीं उनको याद दिलाता you're a husband, son, daughter, जो भी और role fulfill करते हैं. Why are they not reminded? And we are emotional, we are weak. Yet the man at 8 o'clock is tired. The woman at 10 o'clock is quite okay to go and fetch milk also, right? So these are the challenges that we're facing, and that requires a lot of effort on our part to empower ourselves with some kind of holistic wellness or, taking care of ourselves, which is the other part of the presentation, but that I'll take once the question is raised to me. I hope I made some sense and there are certain takeaways. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madhulika. I must confess कि lunch के बाद सब थोड़े थक गए थे, नींद भी सबको आ रही थी, आपने जगा दिया है. So thank you so much. A lot of thought-provoking. Lot of health in a different fashion. So now going ahead with the next question to Ms. Madeline, Ambassador, former mayor of Iriga City, Philippines. Naveen, I hope we are ready with the presentation.
The reason why I stood up because first, I'm the shortest among them. To be honest, I'm really nervous because I agree to Mayor Steph with this kind of audience. It's kind of intimidating on our part. And also, I'm nervous because imagine, look at this. Thank you, Ravi, for including me in this panel, because this is not a beauty contest. Look, they're also beautiful, and they are so tall. Thank you, Ravi, for joining me here. I'm the shortest. Look, imagine, they're all so beautiful and intellectual. Cerebral.
You're really kind. A woman giving a compliment to another woman is a big achievement.
Yes. Imagine, her name is Pretty, and she's very pretty. Isn't it? Oh my God, all of them are so beautiful. It's like a beauty contest. It's a good thing that I'm the shortest. If I'm tall, maybe I'm Miss Philippines or Miss Universe. Yeah. But honestly, all of them are so beautiful and intelligent. And we were talking all together and said, my God, these are all my idols. They are all successful. But we have a Lone Ranger, by the way. He's our Prince Charming, and I admire he took the bold decision of supporting our advocacy, women empowerment. And I admire him for that. And he said he loves his wife so much. So we have to give him a round of applause. I don't know if you can see me. Yeah. But honestly, I didn't know what chicken curry is. I thought it's food. But it's a garment. It's a garment. Oh, that's chicken curry. Oh, she's also beautiful. And I asked her, are you available? Are you married? And she said, I am. Oh, I have a son and he's available. But anyway, I admire all of them and they're very successful in their endeavors. Congratulations. And our speaker a while ago, she's so funny and cerebral, my God. Congratulations too. But much have been said and done. I don't know if you can still absorb all the things that we were gonna say, because our human brain is like a sponge. We don't know if we overused it, maybe you won't be absorbing all the water. So we don't know if you can still absorb what we will share with you. But actually, much have been said and done, but we can only do so much. All the speakers are right. We are privileged and we are really successful, and we are fighting our way to be accepted in this community, in this society that we have right now, that we are in right now. However, I really agree that what is the beauty or what is essential is really invisible in the eye, or invisible to the eye. And I remember my father once said, if you want to know the true character of the person, you better look at the face of the person, because the beauty inside will exude every time you talk to them. And you will see how beautiful these people are through their face, through their faces. So I'm not prejudicial to those who are not beautiful, but eventually when you talk to these people, when they have this kind heart, it will exude and you will become more beautiful. Yeah, that's true. So I have this VTR. So I said much have been said and done, and all the good adjectives has been said by all the speakers. I have a VTR. I just want to share with you what we did in Iriga, which very true. I am also discriminated, highly discriminated, since I'm a woman. I'm the first woman mayor in our city. And they said, women, they vacillate most of the time in the decision making. So that's one criticism. That's one discrimination. And they said, oh, she's so young. What is she going to do? She will just play softball or volleyball in that field. But well, we have to prove our worth. So this is what we did in Iriga City. I hope you will like the VTR.
Glass City, situated in the southern part of the island of Luzon, which has developed as a center of trade, commerce, and industries in Rinconada area. Iriga City's economic base is agriculture, with farming as the main source of livelihood, and with MSMEs ranking second in terms of contribution to the economy of the city. The COVID-19 outbreak has extremely shaken the basic fundamentals of society, affecting the lives of the people. The pandemic has paralyzed the consumer-dominated economy as activities were put on standstill. Adversely affected are the agricultural and micro, small, and medium enterprises. The city formulated and adopted the following policies to address the impact of economic breakdown, which include social and solidarity economy initiatives in the context of before and during the COVID-19 pandemic. The vulnerable sectors are women, MSMEs, youth, and IPs. They were all engaged into various livelihood skills and training, entrepreneurial development seminars for employment generation gearing towards economic stability, to bring the government services closer to the people and disseminate services to MSMEs in the locality in the city. The local government unit of Iriga City conducted a livelihood training program called Negosyo Servicio sa Barangay that allows a wider reach of business development assistance. Various trade fairs were also organized to help the MSMEs showcase and gain exposure and promotion of their businesses and local products. While and during the COVID-19 pandemic, the city formulated the Rehabilitation and Recovery Program, which aims to provide specific recommended actions in two key areas: restoring, strengthening, expanding, and continuing socioeconomic activities, and increasing resilience and capabilities of communities in recovering from the effects of the pandemic. Iriga City pays special attention to MSMEs, livelihood and business development, and priority policies, programs, and projects that will focus on survival and response measures, including rehabilitation and recovery programs. These are the interventions that will respond to the needs of the displaced workers, providing livelihood to augment income, wage subsidy, and other forms of cash and in-kind assistance, especially for the vulnerable sectors. During this period, assistance to business enterprises like regularization program, regulatory and tax relief, temporary bridging loans by government financial institutions, waiving of fees and charges will be provided. Having considered all this, the local government unit of Iriga came up with the policies that may reinforce the impact of social and solidarity economy. We felt the need of promoting an enabling environment for entrepreneurship and sustainable enterprises, in particular on MSMEs, as well as cooperatives, by adopting the policy of transformation of the local economy through promotion and development of micro, small, and medium enterprise to create successful entrepreneurship that will open employment opportunities and boost the economy of the city. Likewise, the improvement and enhancement of productivity of the agricultural sector by developing a diversified organic farming and learning center, market access and support services. We also strengthened the partnership between local and national government and key stakeholders in crafting effective anti-poverty strategies and integrating priority PPAs in the development plan of the city. Similarly, we will uphold strengthening competitiveness by enhancing performance in the areas of governance efficiency, economic dynamism, and infrastructure development to attract investments. Finally, we will operate an integrated resilience initiative for global agenda of Iriga City project that will provide a shared service facility as a one-stop shop for the management team and partner agencies and institutions in providing services for training for livelihood, entrepreneurial, and skills development, microfinancing, community mobilization, and empowerment through capability building activities, psychosocial support, and skills matching. All of this considered, we will be able to leave no sector behind amidst the disabling crisis that the country is facing at the moment. The local government unit of Iriga will continue to provide the needs of the Irigeños to ensure productivity and sustainability. That's what we are known for. Strong and resilient.
See, I'm still the shortest. Yeah. That's what we did in Iriga. And thank you. I would like to add also about on mental health because the prolific increase of suicide. So what we did is we created a crisis center with a psychiatrist. So women who are battered and it's a crisis center is like a haven wherein we can protect you and we can give you enough support and we can give you the skills, we can teach you and educate you, and we can give you a legal counsel, a legal officer or a lawyer at that. So that he or she can help you in your with your divorce, if you want to get divorced, if you want to be separated, or if you want to get alimony or anything or support. And also, actually, this is not. I don't want to be a misandrist. Misandrist is the opposite term of misogynist. Misogyny, men are, sometimes are bully because they hate women, and we call that misogynist or misogyny. And the opposite is misandrist, but I don't want to be misandrist because I like men. In fact, my best friends, I have two best friends who happens to be men. They are good soldiers and loyal friends. Just like Ravi. Ravi is a good friend. Thank you, Ravi, for joining me here. But what I understand and what I've learned, we cannot do it alone. What we need is a collaboration. It has to be a concerted effort of all the genders in our society. But we have to support and we have to work with those men who loves us. Men who believes in women empowerment and men who gives us respect. The men who respects us. If you will ask about the budget, it is mandatory in our country that 5% of our budget goes to gender and development. So let's say if we have 1 billion pesos budget, 5% of that, we're talking about $1 million. $1 million goes to gender and development. So that's where we get the budget and formulate all these strategies and programs for all the genders in our society. So again, thank you. I would like to leave this note. He said that a nation is prosperous when it has effective institutions, open economy, empowered people who are healthy, educated, and safe. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madeline. And I must say, action speaks louder than words, and your actions are speaking really louder. So you should not be worried of your height because the size is showed by your work. Congratulations. My next question to the gentleman on the panel. Please don't feel bad. No, I'm not feeling bad. I'm feeling very happy actually. Thank you. So Nikhil, thanks for your patience. Mr. Nikhil Pant is founder Richa and founder Lakshya. Nikhil ji, you have been working on CSR funds for women entrepreneurs. So my question to you would be, how can CSR initiatives help support and promote women entrepreneurship?
So first of all, can I also stand up maybe? That'll be better. That video thing also, Naveen, you'll kind of put up and I'll use this. Thank you very much to the All India Institute of Local Self-Governance for inviting me. And I feel a little overwhelmed, obviously, with the kind of woman power which is here. But, and I think I would say this to everybody that women, when they are empowered, and there's a small video that I'm going to show you from Kashmir. And I've been working in Kashmir for almost half a decade and a little bit more with the Indian Army. I want all of you to see this video, and then I will speak a little bit about what women can do when men come forward and also support them. And the kind of silent transformation that is happening in Kashmir, which most of us are unaware of. And typically what you see in media, and I think Dr. Hina is here. I am extremely, humbled by what she just said. She was the first woman to join the BJP in 2013-14, she said. So from abuse to acclaim, you said in the end, I heard that. And she stood firm, and she kept on doing, I'm sure, community work, and she got the recognition for the hard efforts. So in Baramulla, if you do some Google, it was one of the most difficult places because of insurgency. And we began our project there in 2016 with the Indian Army. And there was a woman leader who came forward to support our project in CSR. And that was from the ONGC, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation. And Dr. Alka Mittal was the head CSR. But today, Richa is the NGO where I am the CEO, and we have about 6 or 7 donors. In all of those donors, the head CSRs are all women. And I find that when I'm interacting with most of them and all of them, I find them to be not just empathetic, but also visionaries. Because what this video shows you is the journey of those 6 years, which are captured in these 8 minutes of the video. And today, Baramulla is, in fact, my projects are in Baramulla and Kupwara. Insurgency began in Kashmir from Kupwara. And today we have Genpact, today we have India Infoline Foundation, today we have ONGC. They are the corporates which are coming forward. And again, coincidentally, the head CSRs in all these 3 companies are women who have come forward to support these projects of the Indian Army. So Naveen, if you could just play. And once you've seen this, so just a minute, Naveen, let me just give you the broad context. So this is a training center called Chinar Naujawan Club, which is run by the Indian Army in Baramulla. And I would invite any and all of you to come over and also support us in helping these young men and women in Kashmir get better livelihood opportunities. We have funders, but we want people to come forward to give them the market access. And maybe Akriti, because you are doing good work, you can also guide us. This center runs within the Army campus. And when the youth come in and the women get trained, we find that when they go and set up their boutiques, many of them have become entrepreneurs. So what has happened is that the same woman has asked the male in the family to not go towards anti-national activities, but to go towards mainstreaming. It is the woman which is changing the way men were thinking. Because the moment women started earning money, they started having greater say within the family. So whether it was their father, their brother, or their husbands, drastic reduction in militancy activity in Baramulla was observed, and the army is today welcoming anybody and everybody to come forward and partner them. So we'll just have a look at this video.
a bold new energy emerges on Kashmir's horizon. Its blaze dispelling darkness, its presence radiating optimism. Its rhythm spurring people to their feet. For the youth of Kashmir, this is a new sunrise. Beginning of new dreams and ambitions. The dawn of a new life.
Pause. Now, how many of you have seen such kind of scenes in television reporting of Kashmir? Just raise your hands. Let me see. None of you? Yes or no? Can I hear? This is what is happening. And I think to the context of this session here today, I would like to mention that when an ecosystem of support comes in, the woman becomes empowered also. So there is an ecosystem development that I'm trying to present over here, which in this case, the Indian Army is trying to present. They are trying to make an effort to come across as a caring army and not as an occupation army. There is no need for army to be in Kashmir, if you ask me. But because of insurgency, because of, there is a mental, ma'am, you were talking about mental health. There is a psyche, there's a psychic change, in the youth as they have grown up with, bombs and bullets flying all over. So there is this ecosystem which has evolved, which you will come to see. And within this ecosystem, there is this nurturing of the talent where women are now coming forward. And we did some survey also through GenPact, which I will share the results of that survey. And you will be shocked to hear what the results are telling us. You will be really shocked, I'm telling you. Let's proceed.
For young Zubair and Danish, any day is a good day for business. This confidence matches their selling skills gained from a professional course they both completed. To their eager eyes, the Baramulla market is a good place to find new customers. On a different street, but with a similar zest for life, is 23-year-old Tabassum. Each new design by this talented fashion designer brings her nearer to her dream of becoming a boutique owner someday.
पहले मैंने सीखा है नौजवान क्लब से, फिर मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस आया कि मैं कुछ ना कुछ करूं। मैं यहाँ पे अलग-अलग ड्रेसेस बनाती हूँ। मैं चाहती हूँ कि मेरा भी अच्छा सा बुटीक हो और मैं
So this is Tabassum, because I'll just because there are a lot of foreigners here from different parts of Asia. So this Tabassum is one of the students of this center, which we call a club. And Tabassum has been trained in a training program called fashion designing. And now this girl is aspiring to have a boutique of her own somewhere in the city of Baramulla. And she says, I am dreaming for that. And once they come out of this training, we either want them to start stitching in their homes, because there is a lot of handwork, which Kashmir is known for. Tilla work, I guess. Dr. Hina would be aware of that. But often they do not know how to go about it. They have the talent, they have the jazba, they have the passion to do it, but somebody has to support them.
While Tabassum takes confident strides towards her career goal, elsewhere, 22-year-old Hanzal has already arrived. Hanzal is back from Gurugram, where he outperformed fellow staff at KFC. Rose rapidly up the ranks, Hanzal is here to take charge as manager at the Srinagar outlet of the multinational food brand.
पहले जब उठता था मुझे सुबह मजदूरी जाना पड़ता था। जो नए लड़के आते हैं मैं आज उनको सिखाता हूँ ये करना है वो करना है। पहले मैं सीखता था, आज मैं सिखाता हूँ।
Even beyond the mountains of Kashmir.
Now youth like Hanzal have come back to Kashmir from Gurugram, and he's now a trainer with KFC. The KFC outlet in Srinagar. And it is people like Hanzal who will go to the boutique of Tabassum to buy the product. Because eventually Tabassum will succeed if there are buyers in the market. Otherwise it will collapse. And if she collapses, how will she become financially independent? And if she's not financially independent, how will Tabassum tell her father or her husband or her brother not to go the wrong way? It is all interlinked. So there is an ecosystem correlation that needs to happen. Yeah, please.
Kashmir, young Kashmiris empowered with new vocational skills are pursuing new careers. For these young men and women, life is on a positive trajectory unlike before. Their success is also the success of the Indian Army, which has scripted the silent revolution. The Indian Army continues to advance in this mission of bringing peace in the valley with initiatives aimed at integrating Kashmir's youth into the mainstream.
So the women there also are part of a very interesting program called coding. Women also need to become coders. Some girls are very intelligent in maths and science, in STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and maths. Can they become coders, and can they sit in Kashmir and design codes that maybe a Google or a Facebook or an Amazon can use? So within the Chinnar Center, we also are running a coding instructors program where women should not be categorized as only people who can do fashion design. Why can't they get into cutting edge coding? The moment they find that there is an opportunity in these new age things, they also begin to aspire that can I get more income in my family at a very rapid rate? Because a coder may get 30,000 and a designer may get just 10,000 rupees. So there is also a crisis where family income needs to rise at a particular rate. Otherwise, they may again tend to move here and there. So that assessment also becomes very critical in the center.
Powering these initiatives every step of the way is India's leading oil and gas exploration and production company, ONGC. Operational support is provided by REACHA, a non-government organization engaged for implementing the program. The most far-reaching part of this program is the Chinnar Naujawan Club, a training center established in 2016 in Baramulla district. The center selects deserving young candidates from economically weaker sections of society and gives them suitable vocational training followed by jobs.
यहाँ की सिक्योरिटी नेचर एनवायरनमेंट बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा है। हम अगर ट्यूशन सेंटर पे कहीं जाएंगे वहाँ पे तो पे बहुत करना है, यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं करना और हम कुछ सीख के भी जाते हैं।
Job-oriented skills training with courses in fashion designing.
So what is happening is that the girl is saying that these courses are free and they feel secure when they come in here. So they come from very conservative Muslim families. To get them out from the house and from the community and the village is very difficult. Also, to get them into an army training center is not easy, because army also was having a negative impression that this is an occupation army. So there is perception warfare also happening. So in a conflict zone, what we are trying to say over here is, in a conflict zone, can we use something like corporate social responsibility to empower women? And once they get empowered, can they be part of your non-kinetic force to make Kashmir a peaceful area and full of tourism, full of happiness, and full of, the Jannat element for which Kashmir is known as? Yeah.
Hospitality, retail, and arts and culture, followed by placements. Between April 2016 and February 2022, Chinnar Naujawan has successfully trained 424 boys and 376 girls in retail, 667 boys and 141 girls in hospitality trades, 423 girls in fashion designing, 86 boys and 44 girls in arts and culture in music courses.
So there is a band also that we have developed there called Strings of Baramulla. Kashmir is also very famous for its traditional music. And Rabab, I think that's one of the instruments, and the girls are very keen to perform. So the Strings of Baramulla band is now called by various hotels, marriage parties, banquet halls, army officers for their various functions to come and perform, and then they get paid. The band gets paid like if you go to a nice restaurant here in Delhi and there is a live band playing. So there is an honorable livelihood opportunity also. So what an effort also has to be when you're talking about women's empowerment is innovation in empowerment. It cannot be normal, kind of stuff, which you want to generally associate women with. Can we make them coders? Can we make them singers? And then present their talent in a structured way to the market, where the market can accept that talent and buy those products and services.
Total of 2,191 aspirants.
Chinnar Naujawan Club has changed the scenario of Baramulla as well as the mindsets of youth. Right now, we are having number of students and our all batches are fully subscribed.
Besides helping youngsters in shaping their destinies, The Indian Army and ONGC have also been winning the trust and goodwill of Uri residents. Houses that were destroyed or partially damaged during the September 2017 encounter with militants were rebuilt in less than 3 months with help from ONGC. Whether it's repairing broken houses or healing broken souls, ONGC's CSR team welcomes every opportunity to serve. The Indian Army and ONGC expanded the scope of the program by adding more initiatives along the way. The Drug De-Addiction Center was a key addition.
हम ड्रग एडिक्शन पे ही नहीं, हम मेंटल डिसऑर्डर पे भी काम करते हैं.
So now Seema is one of our counselors there. So we are also trying to empower women to become counselors because drugs is a major problem in Kashmir, massive problem. And there's a boy who's speaking in the dark. They use live snakes to bite themselves. And once the snake bites you, you are off for 6 months. You can be easily brainwashed, do certain things which are totally not under your control. So the Drug De-Addiction Center tries to bring in both boys and many girls, young girls who get into drugs, to rehab them, to make them come out of drugs, and then we put them back to the Chinar Naujawan Club to become musicians, to become coders, to become fashion designers. Because unless you rehab them, unless you win them away from drugs, they cannot go into the positive direction. So that is a very concerted strategic effort that we try and make.
कोरोना वायरस जब था,
And the women drive it. The women drive it. The counselors are all women there.
सेंटर बंद था, बट ONGC ने इतना हमें सपोर्ट किया कि हम घर पे बैठ के बच्चों के साथ या फिर ऐसे लोग जो इस डिप्रेशन वगैरह एंजाइटी के शिकार थे, स्ट्रेस के शिकार थे, उनके साथ हम टेली काउंसलिंग करते थे. और उस टाइम पे भी हमें इन ONGC रीच आउट का फुल सपोर्ट रहा था.
Misguided and jobless Kashmiri youths, once addicted to drugs, become easy prey for militants. Rescuing them is therefore imperative from the national security point of view. The Drug De-Addiction Center has so far rescued 3,050 youths from the stranglehold of drug addiction and successfully rehabilitated them.
मैं तब स्कूल में था, कुछ बुरे लोगों की मिलने की वजह से मैं भी एडिक्ट हो गया. 1-1.5 साल तक मैं यहाँ रहा और इन्होंने मुझे बिल्कुल चेंज किया और मैंने ड्रग छोड़ दिया फाइनली. जो रिस्पेक्ट मैंने खो दी थी वो मुझे वापस मिली, वो सबसे बड़ी बात है.
In so many ways, the Chinar Naujawan Center has been a savior for so many. Other initiatives, like setting up 4 porta cabins and 5 self-help groups, have helped to optimize the program's outreach. With more and more youths back on the right path, life in Kashmir is slowly returning to its natural rhythm. And when there is rhythm, can music be far behind? The Art and Culture section at Chinar Naujawan Club provides training in instrumental and vocal music with experts to teach and assess the aspirants' progress. Talented youths are encouraged to participate in competitions and perform professionally at festivals, events, etc. Their success has inspired and emboldened even conservative families into sending their youths to learn music at Chinar Naujawan Center, a welcome change of outlook.
मुझे सिंगिंग करने का बहुत ज्यादा शौक था, इसीलिए मैंने म्यूजिक में एडमिशन लिया. यहाँ पे हमें यहाँ पे लर्निंग के साथ साथ अर्निंग भी होती है. वो ऐसे कि हाँ बहुत सारे इवेंट्स होते हैं, जैसे सोपोर में परसों हुआ, यहाँ पे भी हुआ. हम शुक्रगुजार हैं ONGC का और इंडियन आर्मी का, जिसने हमें ये प्लेटफॉर्म दिया.
Just stop here. So this girl Kheranusa was in a very, there is an old Baramulla area. I think Dr. Hina may be aware. This used to be terror infested, very difficult area. Did you see the confidence with which this girl was speaking? Because she's suddenly getting an opportunity to get empowered through music. And she's now part of a band called Strings of Baramulla. And when she performs in different functions in the city, she gets a lot of social recognition as well as livelihood. So we celebrated our anniversary of our organization with the women and the youth there. We do that every year on the 9th of March. And I think that is the last part.
Undeniable signs of a community healing. Now there is music and laughter. Now there is empowerment and opportunity. Now Kashmiri youths can say with confidence,
So this was a small case study that I wanted to show when Naveen and Surbi, they're both my students. I conduct various courses in CSR as well. This country, India, has an amazing law called Section 135 Companies Act, where in the last 8 years, 1.5 lakh crores of rupees have been spent. And every year about 25,000 crores are spent by about 20,000 companies. And all of us have opportunity to seek these funds through our NGOs. Because if women are there who want to be leaders, social entrepreneurs, CSR is a great way to develop your entities, to seek funds, and to empower the youth in whichever situation you are. What we are attempting in Kashmir is, there is a triangle, there is government, there is community, and there is an organization, which is ours, the NGO. The community needs non-kinetic ways to integrate into the mainstream. If you try to do that with the gun, it doesn't work. But CSR becomes more powerful than the AK-47, frankly speaking. And it gives a voice to the youth, and then the youth begin to speak, and then they have a voice and they want to go forward. Yeah, so that's about it.
Thank you so much, Nikhilji. You're doing an amazing job at providing CSR funds to the upcoming budding entrepreneurs, and this actually helps women to fulfill their dreams.
So, ma'am, I just wanted to mention this because a lot of women are here. This legislation needs to be studied, and in any way, if you need my help, I'll be more than happy, because this Section 135 gives you that empowerment. Often we don't know the power of legislation, which is part of our country. So do read more about it, and you may get a lot of ideas to create further empowerment.
Thank you so much. Now coming to the youngest candidate on this panel, Miss Maitri Kamble. She's the youngest one on this panel, and thank you, Maitri, for your patience. While interacting with you, I realized that you have chosen a path where, when in our Indian society, girls getting settled down in their mid-20s or latest, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा देर हुआ तो late 20s. So when they enter their 30s, बेटा settle down कब हो रही हो? Settle down means शादी and बच्चे. So not the career. So coming back to my question, as a young entrepreneur, how do you define the term settle down used for women in India who choose unconventional path as their career option?
First of all, thank you so much for inviting me here. I think I'm the youngest person here, and I've been asked with the most difficult question. But I think, yeah, it is quite difficult, because when you're approaching that age, everyone around you just wants to understand when you're getting married and when this settling down is happening. But I think that question happens to be for females quite early than men. And that I personally deal with is that it is a very subjective kind of a thing. When you are in unconventional ways, you have already chosen something so unconventional. So I would always go, never settle. Because I think entrepreneurship is something you never settle for. You never settle for anything less. You never settle for anything which is not for you. You never settle, as very rightly Akriti said, that this generation is now so purpose driven in terms of entrepreneurship. Also, they're thinking about the surroundings. They're thinking about literally about environment. They're thinking about climate action, sustainability. They're thinking about future. Today we are celebrating the presidency of G20 in India, and I happen to interact with a lot of engagement groups. I'm part of one of the Business 20 engagement group, and there also we are discussing that the number of startups coming with purposeful ideas. I think we don't need to now use settle down for anything, because we are not going to settle. We are never settling for anything. Definitely we are going to have our ups and downs in the life. But this term settle is, for me, it's never settled.
Sure, lovely. One more point I want to highlight here, that your father is a Padma Shri awardee, and that is the highest civilization, one of the highest civilization award we have in India. Now, of course, comparisons like we expect our kids to follow the path of their parents, or following the footprints of hygiene and sanitation is your forte. Could you please highlight what you want to do and what is the vision behind this?
Thank you for that question. I am working for women hygiene. When I say women hygiene and sanitation, I also come from a background of a marginalized community. I represent a chamber called DICCI, which was founded by my father in 2005. We work pan India. We are a business chamber, so we are connecting the entrepreneurs from this community, while also trying to create that spirit amongst the new generation. I head the vertical of that called Dicky Next Gen. And while working with Dicky, I've always had the touch with that social part, and with the sanitation workers, most importantly. And I was researching a policy actually for Dicky, and we came across, I was just 17 actually that time, and we came across this fact that 12 people had died in a sewer line in Hyderabad. While cleaning it, they were getting down the drain and trying to remove the blocks, and they passed away. And a lot of people were discussing things in front of me, but the only thing got stuck in my head is we are a developing nation. We have all type of technologies. We have people going to moon, going to Mars, and we still can't clean our shit. It's a machine. And that kind of, because maybe mind my words, I'm a Gen Z, and I'm very candid in all of this. I'm not afraid to talk about this, because somebody has to talk, and somebody needs to talk. And I think maybe if I'm given the opportunity, I should talk. And that's how the journey of my company started. We did a pilot project in Hyderabad with government of Hyderabad. We did about 70 sanitation workers rehabilitation. In fact, we already have that act of rehabilitation 2013 in place, but unfortunately it is not being followed properly, because a lot of social aspects associated with this work. So we took about 70 such sanitation workers. We rehabilitated them. We made them contractors with a government in Hyderabad. And we piloted that project completely by hand holding them, by giving them all kinds of skills, all kinds of trainings. And we are happy that today we are about 160 entrepreneurs in Hyderabad. We call them sanitation entrepreneurs, sanipreneurs. And they use all kind of machineries to clean the sewer line. There is no need for a human intervention anymore, but not cutting down anybody's job, because this community somewhere is not skilled for anything else. They were never taught of we can go for some other jobs. So we are also trying to give that credit confidence to them. So Honeysuckle is the same part of the project, and we are the mobile app. It's called it's just like any regular Ola or Uber taxi calling cab. It's just for your septic tanks. So you can call a vehicle through that app. You can place an order. You can get your septic tank clean. And after this, we are also completely moving into the female hygiene. So many women here have, not many women, every woman have faced a problem to using toilets on the go, right? So we all are very afraid. We have all these our ways and methods to use toilet publicly. So we came up with a very unique idea in Pune in 2017, where a group of people conceptualized this, and now we are taking it everywhere. We are introducing technology. I would like to play that video. It's a small video where you will see the project.
As a woman, finding a public toilet isn't easy. Finding a clean one, even more so. The on-the-go women of today deserve the on-the-go sanitation services. And bringing this gap one toilet at a time is the T-Bus, a toilet integration hub that provides women with safe, comfortable, and hygienic private spaces which they can access anywhere. So if there's an urgent sanitary need, look out for a refurbished bus with a smiling female attendant next to it.
Clean एकदम घरासारखे स्वच्छ आहे.
It's pink, so you won't miss it. And don't forget to like and share this video with your friends. Come visit us at the.
Kudos to you, Maitri. Such a beautiful idea. Everybody knew the problem, but someone who takes the initiative to solve that problem is actually a legend. And that too at this age, I must congratulate you. Kudos to you. So considering the time constraint, I'm getting the hands up from the organizers. Now concluding the session, but I must say it was really an amazing experience sharing with all the panelists. Before we conclude the session, I would request the panelists to put some highlights, like we have touched upon a lot of sensitive pointers with each panelist experts over here. So Hina ma'am, you wanted to put some light on what was presented by Nikhil ji. So can we have those concluding the highlights from you?
Thank you, Preeti, for giving me this opportunity. Because I think the question which was sent to me, Kashmir, Jammu Kashmir before 10 years, and how Nikhil represented my place, Jammu and Kashmir. So everybody has to bear with me. It's just not that long. I always believe that most of the people don't consider Jammu and Kashmir an integral part of India. But I and the youth of today believes that India is an integral part of Jammu and Kashmir. The kind of development, the kind of change happening in Jammu and Kashmir, as Nikhil mentioned it, that women going to army camps, it is unbelievable. If you talk about 5 years back also, nobody would even talk to a police officer. Army officer is too far, but this is a change. 10 years back, if we talk, I really need to highlight Jammu and Kashmir because that's my place. And so much is happening, and especially our Honorable Prime Minister, he is looking so much into Jammu and Kashmir. The best part, what happened, what Preeti asked me, and what is the change since 10 years? It is the abrogation of Article 370. That was the biggest change and the most difficult change. Only this regime could bring that in J&K. Because of that, lot of barriers, lot of things which were not happening there have started happening. I would like to highlight for the first time in Jammu and Kashmir, where Jammu and Kashmir is known for stone pelting, Pulwama, and other things, all negative things. For the first time last year, 10,000 youth from Pulwama, they had Tiranga Yatra. This is historic. For the first time, all the trust, all the majority of the funds are going for the youth, for sports. Because more than, I think, 50,000, I'm keeping a paper so that I don't miss a thing. More than 50 lakh students, youth, they participated in and at the international platform as well because of sports. Because so much of drug, as Nikhil also mentioned, there are 6 lakh boys and girls who are addicted with drugs. and government is doing best so that the youth and Jammu and Kashmir, we bring it back what it was decades back. After 70 years, for the first time, there is Panchayat, BDC, DDC elections. It has happened for the first time. Everywhere we have panchayats, but it's happened for the first time in Jammu and Kashmir. If I talk about my department, it's all about giving employment. UP is one of the biggest state. Jammu and Kashmir population is very, it's just not even 1/4. But we are number one, doing number one for the startup ecosystem. Continuously for 3 years, we're coming up number 3. That means youth of Jammu and Kashmir is coming up with new units for their earning, because it's not only Jammu and Kashmir, I think the whole country and the whole world is facing recession, and then especially the government job scenario, which is totally gone. As we have these 2 beautiful girls, I think the trend has changed for the government job. And Nikhil has resigned. I needed to mention it, Preeti. He has resigned from the engineer job, right? And he has opted to be a teacher. And just because wife has supported him, otherwise he would have not been able to do it. So a lot of changes. I want to just highlight in quickly. We have 14.5% economic growth in Jammu and Kashmir. We are number 5 in 3 years in agriculture income. More than 70 crore proposals from the private investment has come to Srinagar. Already 45 operational industries are there, and that's because of the Article 370 has gone. And that thing that Kashmir belongs to some other place, and it's not that's why I initially said like it is not the integral part of India. India is the integral part of Kashmir. Recently, MR Group, they're making on 19th March, they started a project for 10 lakh square feet mall, IT Tower in Jammu and IT Tower in Kashmir. This is a change. Once there is a development, there is a normalcy, normal life, what we call, then only I think we can say that Kashmir has really changed, because Jammu and Kashmir for decades and decades have not seen a normal life. I being a Kashmiri, I left Kashmir in 89-90 because of the militancy started there, because my father was member of parliament. We had to leave because there was no political system. There was nothing other than militancy. So things have changed. And I'm the same girl who is now staying in Jammu and Kashmir and working in the same administration. And I always, I think the best what is happening, as Preeti was also present there, for the first time, Real Estate Summit, it happened in Jammu last year, Preeti? Yes. And this year, May, we're going to have G20 meeting, which is something very big for Jammu and Kashmir, for the whole of our country. It's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. That means Jammu and Kashmir is not same Jammu and Kashmir, where people will get threatened and feel threatened to go there. It's a record breaking 1.80 crore people visited Jammu and Kashmir as tourists last year. That is something which has never happened. After 36 years, night transport has started. You can see even at the 12:01 in the middle of the night, shikaras are in the Dal. So it's the beautiful place. This is an invitation from a girl from Kashmir, so, daughter of soil, inviting you, come to the most beautiful place on this earth. And the situation is absolutely good. Government is taking all the measures. And I want to tell you, even when the things were not good, it was not good for the locals. Tourists were always safe there. Tourists were never harmed in Jammu and Kashmir. Whatever has happened, as again, I would say, like, women have suffered and faced on every aspect, as a mother, as a daughter, as a wife. She's lost husband, she's lost son, she's lost brother. As a woman, Jammu and Kashmir women, they have faced for decades. And I think this is the golden era for the women entrepreneurs, where there has not been a shutdown for markets. New entrepreneurs who are coming up, they are doing their business beautifully. I want to mention this. As I said, UP is one of the biggest states, but still they have been just through MSME, they have taken over and established only 5,000 units. And in previous till date, we have 22,837 units we have established already. And with a margin money of 486.44 crore. And the best part is 37% quota for women, what we were talking about. It's not that we have kept women, we have been trying to give awareness every nook and corner of Jammu and Kashmir. And Nikhil, the girl you were talking about who wants to run boutique, we are ready to help her, and I would definitely love to meet her with a 50 lakh rupees, 35% subsidy. And with the help of our Honorable LG and our Prime Minister, we have been able to start these schemes for the first time in history of Jammu and Kashmir, in both rural as well as urban areas. And Nikhil, one more thing I want to add to this thing. You are also aware, every NGO goes to army to take money and work. It was the Khadi Village Industry Board who has given money and worked for army for the betterment of these girls. We have started a lot of Kilo Force, Badgam, HMT. I have given training to almost 200 girls, and they have started their own units. So definitely looking forward to meet you there working for the betterment of girls, especially because when we are there, we carry the womb of universe, and when we are there, we can make better society, better state, and a beautiful and strong economically country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hina ji, for inviting all of us to a beautiful state, Jammu and Kashmir. अपने पैनल को यहीं पे पूर्ण विराम देते हुए और looking at the time constraint, I would like to conclude the panel with a quote. जिस तरह हर successful पुरुष के पीछे एक महिला का हाथ होता है, हर successful महिला के पीछे भी एक पुरुष का हाथ होता है. And वो पिता हो सकते हैं, पति हो सकते हैं, भाई हो सकते हैं, but there is a man who believes in her women like Nikhil ji we have on the stage. And I request to all the lovely ladies, please handhold other women folks and let's help each other to grow together. Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together for this very insightful session. And now it's the time for felicitation ceremony. Can I request D.N. Kashyap to please felicitate Mr. Nikhil Pant. All right, here we go. Everybody, let's put our hands together. Mr. Chalapati Raj to please come forward and felicitate Ms. Madhulika. Chalapati Raj, please join us. Mr. Jayant Pathak to please felicitate Dr. Hina. Dr. Hina, please come forward. Mr. Mukul Sharma to please felicitate Preeti Singh. Mr. Mukul to felicitate Preeti Singh. Mr. Khurshid Malik to felicitate Dr. Ananta. Mr. Khurshid Malik to felicitate Dr. Ananta. Mr. Abhijit Gadge to felicitate Madeline. Mr. Abhijit Gadge, please come forward. Mr. Pradipta Kanungo to felicitate Akriti Raval. And last but not the least, Miss Aditi to please felicitate Maitri Kamble. Ma'am will felicitate Mr. Ravi. All right. So all right. Can we have for the summary, Dr. Banadia to please join us? It's time for the summary and the closing remarks. Hansa ma'am is already there, so she will give closing remarks. Followed by our DDG. Thank you to our speakers, our moderator, and everybody. Over to our DDG.
Okay, so request all of you, please settle down. We are in the just maybe 10 more minutes. We just want to summarize and wrap up the whole day discussion. So request all of you to please settle down.
Please settle down, everybody.
We can have photographs and everything maybe later on. Please, we are closing on this situation at the moment. So request all the delegates and my team, please request everyone to get then settle down. Okay, so it was a great day. We had a lot of discussion on the various sector sessions, and a lot of speakers has spoken about the whole day, about the women leaderships and programs. And like I mentioned in the morning that this entire journey was started in 2016 around, when we thought of having these leadership programs, women leadership programs before our Asian Cities Summit. So it was a great day. We heard a lot of speakers, leaders, from the entrepreneurs to the politicians and the successful businesswomen. So now we have a final summary. So I request Banadia to please take your floor, and we request you to close in 3 to 4 minutes. Thank you, Banadia.
Thank you, Rafi. Have you been enjoying the session since this morning? Yes, very much. So you think this workshop is useful? Great. Okay. And you think the women empowerment essential? Absolutely. But we need also to have open-minded men, certainly. So first, let me congratulate everyone here for a wonderful sharing. I think every speaker spoke nicely and managed to inspire everyone here. So amazing stories, amazing kind of programs, amazing experiences that you have, the struggles that you face. And this is very, very important of the journey that we are taking. In the session 1 about women, power and leadership, we understand that we need much more women representatives in politics and high-level positions. And also, I think women try to be balanced as well in life, as well as in personal and professional lives. Actually, when I saw these slides of differences between men and women, I realized that I'm also one of them, because when I travel, I always carry 2 suitcases. And I envy sometimes with my male colleagues, only bring a small bag, even for mission of 1 week. Because when they change the ties, you can just have a different flavors, but we cannot just change only scarves and wearing the same thing. So anyway, this is something that we know what have been highlighted. So when we focus more on women empowerment, then we believe that all development goals will be achieved. You believe it in that? Yeah, okay. Yeah. The session 2, important of quota for women in the politics. We're supposed to have at least male to female ratio in the world is 50-50. But we have only a limited number of women ahead of stage, small percentage of members in women in parliaments, and even in the local levels, in the local councils, the numbers are not that high enough. That the next session will be in Jammu Kashmir. I'll be the first one to register. Okay, let me just conclude by saying here, we need to create ecosystem of women empowerment, and we can do together. Whether you are male, female, we have a role to play. Starting with the family that promote gender equality, and also starting also with the works that you do. Like in our organization, I have more women actually in our office. Of course, the men maybe complain a little bit, but anyway, we are reaching to a ratio of 50-50 of male and female officers in my office. So there are a lot of kind of opportunities. Women must come forward. And once women, if you are given in the positions, don't forget what other women are expecting you to do. Creating gender equality, mainstreaming gender equality in your local planning, in your local budgeting, as well as in local implementations. So we see the empowerment of, we see the power of technology, the digital marketing, and those kind of things also have been highlighted in the last session. So let's respect each other, male and female, we respect each other. And with respect, we can create harmony. With respect, we can create peace. And with respect, we can create also happiness. Violences, domestic violences, and our journey is not going to stop. So we need to foster ourselves to make the difference, and we all can make a difference. So thank you once again to all speakers and panelists. And of course, wonderful moderators. You have been so wonderful. All moderators gave applause as well. And of course, our beautiful MC who dance very well since this morning. And tomorrow, maybe this will be announced later. So please join us also tomorrow for the opening session of this Asian Street Summit. So thank you. Have a nice evening. Dhanyavad.
Thank you. Thank you, Banadia, for your closing remarks. And it's really wonderful to have you here. And we always pleasures to welcome you in all our sessions and all our events when we do it in India. Thank you so much. So with this, Ma'am Hansa Patel, floor is yours.
Nice good evening to all of you. Wish you all the best. Take good memories with you. And I will always remember this day as a wonderful day. I met so many good, wonderful people here. And I appreciate each and every face I'm going to remember. Let me say, I too am a daughter of a Kashmiri mother. We lived in Kashmir when I was born, but then we were in Karachi. And the story goes, as you are aware about the partition. We came to Mumbai and we were not comfortable. That's how we came to Gujarat. But let me say, I love India. My children are abroad, but I always feel like being in India, and I would like to go to Kashmir. I'm very much touched by your last say. Let me say how we can serve. And I have many good friends, as you said. I have Mr. Ranjit Chavan, I have Ravi, I have Abhishek, and then many, all those who are here, who will be with me. It's not only women, it's men and women both. My thanks to all of you. And let me say, I would like to felicitate Ravi and Abhishek. We started our center, which we call as the Asian program for, say, South Asia. But yes, we are trying to capture Asia Pacific. And all of you are with us, and we are going to make a wonderful world. Let me say, we were in the garden sitting, talking about something what we could do for the coming time and make All India Institute an international body. And Ravi gave us a thought and we accepted. Mr. Ranjit Chavan supported. And it was also 2 other international agencies. First was very important one, Asia Pacific. It was Peter and it was Banadia. Banadia, I wanted to thank you for everything and full support to bring this big gathering here in Delhi. Our all events, like I can say all 5 were wonderful and this is the 6th one. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's inauguration. And let me greet Ravi and Abhishek. Please come up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Ravi and Mr. Abhishek. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Ravi and
Okay, so great. Thank you, ma'am, for all your support and all your love to us. Okay, great. So with this, we are at the end of the today programs. Thank you once again for all of you. I really happy to see that still hall is full. Generally, we have a plan B when after the lunch, I asked my colleague to please be here and make sure that you can fill the seats so that speakers should not feel bad. But I think really thanks to all of you. I mean, still it's a 6:15 and people are still listening, and I'm really thanks to all, and I'm sure that the speaker must be something to attract. So I'm sure thanks to all speakers who have been great, and they shared a lot of good practices to us. As I said in the morning that we'll have a mail. Today was the tailor, so I'm waiting for the final picture by Baki hai. So request all of you to please join us tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the registration, but this is not in here. This will be in the first floor in the same hotel. Don't worry. Same hotel, first floor. Sorry. Yeah, so this is a teaser. So can I request a Okay, so great. I hope it gives you another kind of energy to join us in the morning. But yeah, with this, I want to thanks once again to the panel of Session Plan 1. I can't read all the name because it will take another 15 minutes, but thanks to the speaker of Session 1. And thanks to the moderator, Reena Sa, if you're there. Thank you, ma'am, for chairing these sessions, and you have made it very clear. I would also like to thank the speaker of Session Plan Sessions 2, and obviously the moderator, Hemanti, if you're here. Yeah, please, thanks, Hemanti. It was a great for chairing the session. And of course, the last session, I guess I was little watching my watch. Still we yes. So yeah, but I think we were the too good. I was really I enjoyed the entire session, and the discussion happened, and we had maximum speakers. So this really gives a very kind of a blending of from Srinagar to the a real estate businessman to the kind of politicians. So I think it was a great, and thanks to all the speakers and panelists, and of course Preeti, thanks for your moderating the entire session. And of course I'll take maybe 2 more minutes to maybe the team who actually worked very hard for organizing this. Can I request all the team members to join here? Aditi, Sabnam, Abhishek, and all team members, please come stand here. I would really thanks to all of them. And this is just to tell you, this is a team for today program. So tomorrow you'll see the different team as well. So these people have been really, I don't think so they have slept for last 2-3 days, I guess. So thanks to all of them for please have some photographs, please take that. And thanks to all the team members who really worked hard. Those who are outside, I thanks to all my ALSG team members who really made us proud for this day. And once again, it's a free day, so we do not want to have any engagement after this session. We can have a group photograph outside. It's maybe a beautiful place. So request all of you, if you can move outside, we can have a good photographs. And then tomorrow we have a cultural programs. So we will give you, or maybe give you some entertainment as well. We have a nice musical program as well tomorrow evening after the session, not before that. So you have to first go through the entire day, then you have to we'll give you the cultural dinner as well as the cocktail dinner. And yeah, looking forward to welcome all of you once again tomorrow morning. So request all of you, please, if you can move outside, we can for the group photographs. Thank you so much.
Thank you